Hello everyone, welcome back. Day 22. Yesterday we worked on adding these Fred data pages. They're viewers of government data. Appears to be my computer's a little slow at the moment, but I will show. If I go to the page directly, maybe. But in essence, what it is it takes a lot of the government data, like the interest rates and things like this, so they can easily see. We created AI summaries for them, so user they can see the original description if they would like, and if it doesn't exist, then we generate it for them. And they have their own collections, which we hope to expand at some point. So it's like basically they can put in maybe screens or charts that they say that they've made in the research category. They could pin it to the collections, make their own little data sets maybe. You can also, hey, I don't really know what this means even after the description, which happens in my case sometimes. I read stuff and like, what is this? Then you click here, come to the chat, and then ask some questions. So what does this mean for my portfolio? And you'll get some response. Yesterday we also worked on quite a bit of styling, which we're going to work out a little bit today as well. But I also have some plans for new features that we want to add to this. So let's go to our future doc. Sorry. Music is spazzing out.
It's a numbers game.
All right, we're gonna switch to the old playlists. Okay, so fuzzy screener. So we completed the Fred data viewer. We got all there was some data that we have to limit ourselves to really government data, not like any other types. So we did all that, and I think it's looking pretty good. I'm satisfied to leave it at the moment. I think there's just one thing. It's not hooked up to all the calendars. So when I go to today's brief, let's go ahead and generate the one for today. It's still morning, so that's good. Cool. Okay. So I'm just making sure all these numbers are right. I believe probably are. Yep. We're gonna remove. We made our own little version that's like using different ways to calculate based on Fred data. So we'll use our index going forward. Cool. So if you click this, GDP now goes into good. Yeah, that looks good. Euro short-term rate. I don't think that'll work because, oh, it does. Great. Cool. Now we just have to hook it up for the afternoon ones. So yesterday, we have the economic calendar in the afternoon as well. That tells you what's going to be for the rest of the week. So I'm going to ask it to hook the Fred data up to that as well. Actually, I'm going to keep this one. Can you go ahead? So right now, the afternoon brief uses references to I'll close some tabs. Computer's kind of slow. So you can see it's referencing we are instead going to populate it with our Prism index located in I'll make sure that's the name, but I believe it is in our database. Prism collection data. As well. Before I actually send that, I'm going to go ahead and see what we have to commit. Right. Yesterday we were working on trying to make the chat messages fade in a bit. Hey, how's it going? WisdomEnd. It's like a investment research platform and newsletter. You can generate cool charts, and that's kind of just it. I'm gonna move this so see it a little better. Very bizarre. It's not letting me resize it. There we go. So we're trying to make the chat have a nice like loading, kind of like Gemini. You notice that it kind of fades in each sentence. Right now it's kind of jerky. So we'll probably discard those changes for now because we didn't get much progress for making that work. This one, I think we made one fix, which is that it would always talk about the user's portfolio. Every question, you'd ask something just like stupid and bring up your portfolio. So I'm telling it to please don't do that. Excuse me. Can you go ahead and reverse this? I'm just being a little lazy, letting it do that. Oh, and I'll attach the file in chat. UI. As for this one, how many projects did you do? We did this one, and then if you look in the description, the lazy AI one. So it's kind of like a Reels generator, a bunch of creator tools. We kind of explored like how we would monetize that one. The original idea was that it would be extremely cheap for the Reels generation. But we kind of figured that there's just way too many competitors there. It would be hard to compete. Yeah, Omkar. I'm gonna keep this for now, but yeah. Oh. It's in routes, yeah. Okay. I think the rest of it, we did a small fix. Oh, right, I remember what we were fixing there too. Let me see if we actually, I don't think we totally fixed it yet. Oh yeah, I remember. We generated it and there was a bug. So I'm gonna look. I think I'm gonna go ahead and commit this because I remember we made progress. I don't really want it to be this explicit. I kind of want the LLM to determine the notable events based on some data. Also, vibe coded design. Oh, we did our process for design was to use AI Studio, and we kept iterating, and we eventually got to something that we liked, but it took a while, and we did that for every page. So the portfolio page, the first iterations were not very good, but we kind of decided on the layout that we wanted. And so once we were able to get the general layout and where things will be, then it was kind of a little bit easier to fill in. So I'm just making sure to do that. Good. So we can commit that. So small bug fix with chat. Always portfolio. Oh, thanks, Ben. You can track your watch list and it's got a lot of statistics. So you can see like, how you're doing overall, but also like how you're doing after tax and how do you compare to the other, to the indexes. So you can get a good overview there. And then your like all sharp ratio. We should maybe make this text bigger somehow. Because like, I guess you can always zoom in. Yeah, it's a little cramped down there. Not really sure. Maybe we can make it so you can make this bigger and drag these around. As soon as I knew. Let's see. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. You know. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask it to remake this part of the function. Yesterday we were working on this. The general idea is that we're trying to make sure that the charts that are chosen on the today's page are using data from the stocks that are chosen are using data from today, but we don't want to make it as explicit as we did in this function, like with an if-else branch of like. We wanted to pass in information to the LLM based on the stuff that happened today, and we give it some lists of notable events, and then it chooses. So we're not like explicitly coding ourselves what the notable events are. We're leaving it up to the LLM. As you guys see, if you're new, I use Whisperflow for the talking because it's a little faster. Sometimes it does mess up though. I'm gonna read it. Okay, and we're gonna send this one as well. Just double check. Yeah. Okay. You say cloud? Yeah, definitely. Opus 4.5 is really good. Gemini is good for, Gemini 3 is pretty good for design though, I would say. So, but Opus 4.5 I definitely prefer for coding. We tried both, but. Yeah, exactly. Where's this file located? Vector. Oh, it wants to know. It's a bit lazy. Wants to know where this file is. Could have just looked it up. It's okay. My AI should not be lazy. I gotta find the file. You're running it locally? No, I run, this is cloud code. Reaches out to Anthropic. If you're gonna do it, I recommend the subscription. Don't do the API because the API is really way more expensive if you're connecting it that way. Another thing, these should be ordered based on like what's important. So you can see like we put all the stuff that no one cares about on top. Chicago Fed, national activity. But this one's like the unemployment, kind of important. So I'm going to ask it to order that. The Brave Butters, whatever that means. The Swiss National Bank, yeah, that stuff can go on the bottom. So right now it's ordered. It's not ordered, right? So the high impact stuff for the day should go on the top. Let's come up with an idea for how to do this. I think we already have like this mapping thing. Maybe we could. I mean, we're already saying which are high impact. So I guess how are you doing that? Let's start with that. are you doing that? Let's talk first. Nice. Hey, you should go find that. Hey, Bravo. Welcome back. Good morning. The AI today keeps asking me to find the files for it. Like, that's the third time. Very lazy. Yeah, it did it again. I was asking, where is this list coming from? I wonder if they... So the time there is 9 a.m. Yeah, you can go ahead and find all that information. Okay, great. That sounds good. Let me try it out. I'm running the afternoon one in the morning, so it's gonna be super good, but let's see. Oh, I shouldn't run that yet. Oh well. Yeah, thanks, man. See you, Wiz. Yeah. Oh, okay. Why am I streaming late? I guess, what time is it for you? I might go back to the... YouTube tells me, like, when most people are on. Seems like it's an hour or two before this. So I might go back to the earlier. Like, before I was streaming at 5 a.m., which is, like, okay. But, yeah. I think whenever I stream, it's always going to be the mornings. Oh, it's 10:30 p.m. Where are you, Bravo? Are you in Europe? So right now it's time first. Oh, okay. That's fine. Wait, do we already have an impact rank? How did we do that? From India. Oh, gotcha. The other side. Yeah, my plan was probably to start. Usually I start later when I need to do something. So today, for example, I switched the streaming back to restream, so that way I could stream more places. And I went to go eat. Usually when I don't have anything, then I'll start earlier, probably 8 or 7:30. Okay, I want to test this, but I can't yet because it's still generating code. So I'm just going to wait on that. While we're waiting on that, I'll try to see if we can figure out how to do this very nice fade in. Maybe we could look up some tutorials. Let me use Gemini to find. So right now we're looking for maybe some articles about how we can implement really nice fade in for a chat bot of the text. Some Medium article or something. It's guaranteed there's a number of people who've run into this. The smoothest effect comes from replacing the typing indicator. Oh, I think it thought I was talking about like texts, not like a chatbot. Yeah, can you find a specific? I'm gonna use Perplexity actually. This tends to be better for when you're trying to find a specific thing, specific article or something. Sounds promising. Let's take a look. So I'm waiting for him to click so we can see how it. Click it. Click it. Good. Yeah. Looks good. Okay. Okay, so for this video, how did he end up doing it? Let's see if it can do that, I don't know. Nice. So that's kind of interesting. Perplexity knows what's in the video. And it knows, I wonder how it got that information. Yeah, sure. Yeah, feel free to send it to me. Okay, sounds promising. Cool. Okay, makes a little bit of sense. Oh, good. It even changed our scoring thing on the home page. Cool. Always using Shad-C. Let's just download this. I keep seeing it everywhere. Appears to be pretty good. Okay, we don't really care about the scrolling and the presets, the clicking. We mostly just care about the fade in timing. So I'm going to take this. Doesn't really answer exactly how this is working. What is motion div? Like a library? Oh, it is a library. Oh, okay. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to I want you to make a plan on how we're going to do this. We're going to add this for both our How was your day, Bravo? Earlier. kind of define it as just using AI to help you code. So you can see there's some AI terminals running here. They tend to, we make a plan and it executes and makes some code. It's not perfect though, so you can't just totally rely on it, but it's a very useful tool as you're programming. And you can use it for, tends to be very good at web development. Some things it's not so good at. Hey Gavin, how's it going? Today we're working on, so I'll show you. I suppose the first part of today is just going to be ironing out a few bugs. But we're going to make it so this is more when we ask questions to the AI. It's going to load similar to like Gemini, where the text is like a smooth fade instead of just like jerking around like this. Then after we do that, we're going to fix a few things in the afternoon brief, because I really want these charts. I mean, there's two problems. It seems to be choosing the same chart 3 times, so I have to understand why. And then the number 2 is it should choose stocks based on what happened today, which it's not doing. But I think actually those are 2 going to be simple things. After that, we'll work on some features. Some headache with meta. Have to submit form for app review again. Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, I'm using Cloud Code. This is Cloud Code. And I'm using sometimes AI Studio for design. And I'm using for the API in our chat, I'm using Gemini. That's kind of the gist. Unless you're talking about the stack. In which case, there's a command we got. Run. I can't make this window smaller. So weird. Let me try it in Safari. Their minimum size of. So this is the plan to how to do this. I think we got to install some library. It's called in-framer motion. Sounds good. I'm going to ask you what it is. So can you tell me a little bit more about in-framer motion? What is this? And hey, yay, how's it going? Yeah, but like, how are we mapping the events to how impactful they are? So I'm fixing a bug right now too with, when we look at the day, it should be ordered differently. So down here, all the important stuff is on the bottom. So I'm just understanding how it's doing that mapping first before I fix it. Oh yeah, we're going to hook up spread data to this. So that's what we did yesterday, where we hooked it up. So when you click, you come in here and you see the actual data based on today's events. What happened here? Oh, this is the this is during COVID. The unemployment claims. Isn't that insane? This is like 40 years of history. This is COVID. I remember seeing that graph like during COVID, and it was just like the most insane thing. It's like, let's see what's the highest. More than 10 times, almost 10 times the highest in like a month. click around, see if we can find some fun stuff. Yeah, that's for sure. So this is retail sales. See, I don't really know what this is, right? What is this measuring? So we made this little AI summary. So let's see if we can understand from there. So it provides an advanced estimate of retail and food sales. This estimate is based on a subsample of firms. So it's a survey of food, retail, and food sales. Okay, that's kind of simple. So again, during COVID. Wait, why would it go down that much? I mean, people still need food. Maybe people were saving money, trying to save. I guess they went to restaurants less, right? It sometimes happens, like with the cache. Let's see if I go to another page. Okay. And the cool thing, this is like pretty recent data, all this stuff, so we can just run it every day and update it. This is inflation. You guys probably can't see this, right? The text is probably too small. You can zoom in, I suppose. So I'm just reading the description here, and it includes the references. Okay. Seems okay to me. What do these mean? We have this plus 0.66, but I don't know. Is that per day or month? They should probably define that. Maybe have a little information. Okay, I'm gonna clear this. This looks fine. That summary needs summary. Yeah, it's a little dense, right? TLDR. One sentence, please. You have TLDR right above. This definitely could be explained probably a little simpler. So I noticed in the Fred, in this data page, data. Okay, I can find it. Just take a screenshot. Can we put a little I, which explains what change this is measuring per day, etc. Okay, that's a small thing, so let's do that. I'm noticing this is like the same value every day, so it's not sensitive enough. It should be changing a little bit. Will it work with our current React and Next.js version? Okay, sounds good. Let's go ahead and do this reordering. So that might be one strategy, like when you get stuck on something, just go into Perplexity, look up like Medium and YouTube articles, ask Perplexity, how did they solve it? It knows that somehow it knows the YouTube video content. And then you take that, you plug it in, and then that might be how you get past it. I don't really like dark mode, to be honest. I know everyone else does, but I just don't. For this particular page, I don't really like it. So I think once we make it look good, dark mode, then I would change. But right now it does not. Let's see. Okay, added the information icon. We'll just check it out quick. So what is it? You have to put a hover so that way we can. Right now it's just it's not telling me anything. It's just you're supposed to put a description. You need to investigate. Let's see, do these links work? Nice, they actually do. Cool. I'm not sure if, hold on. Unplug this into Gemini. Can we use this dataset in a commercial product? Nice. Change from previous weekly, ending Friday. Nice. Cool. Wonder if all of these are different. Oh, nice. Yeah. Each one of these is different. Why is it like kind of blurry? It's just my screen. Okay, cool. So we can use this data for a commercial product. That is, you just need to make sure to put, at least that's my understanding here of what's going on. But you just gotta put attribution. It is still the government. Nice. I'm gonna make sure on this one too. It did the reordering. Let's check. It doesn't look like it's. Because Perplexity, it actually gives you all the sources. It's also very fast. Yeah, just as we've been doing this, like before I didn't really ever use Perplexity, but as I'm working, it's actually really fast and gets the information we need a lot of times. So I like it. Looks like it's not reordered. Why is this? Do I need to regenerate today's brief? Nice, let's go ahead and implement this plan then. We're going to install this and we're going to try making these chats animate in smoothly. Okay, I will generate again because it's doesn't take very long. Okay, still not ordered. Yeah. See, this is a really nice overview, right? You just logged on this morning, you woke up, and you're like, what happened? Why is the market up? Very quick overview. Like, what's the alternative? You have to look up stock market news. You got to read around a little bit. It's kind of nice to just get this in your email every morning. That's what I'm thinking. That's one. Today's economic focus remains on the latest GDP figures and GDP-based recession indicator index. Cool. Coin-based cryptocurrencies. How is that an event? It's still not ordered correctly after regeneration. I'm just going to commit this, but I will undo it later if we test it. It sucks. So the reason I do that is because as long as you make sure the commit just has the stuff that, or that one particular change, you can just undo it. So it's no problem. If you find out later, it sucks. But if you include a bunch of other stuff, then it becomes a little tricky to undo. You still can, it's just a little bit more annoying because you gotta undo each file. But sometimes if you make multiple changes in one file, then it becomes even more tricky. So try to undo. That way, I do that so that way I can run another command that will take a while. drank my old coffee. Okay, so now I think it is time to test our new user flow for buying stuff. So I'm a new user. I jump on this page, which is public. So maybe someone shared it with me. And now I'm here. I'm like, okay, cool. Reading. See, okay, I can get my personalized AI portfolio analysis. I had this idea yesterday to make this sound more like sophisticated. Sort of just a marketing thing. And I'm just going to come up with ideas for how to word it, but I'm thinking we use this idea of a risk matrix. It's like, and we show like a little table. Like, this is what we can generate for your portfolio. Like all the risks that you could face. Like, I don't know, something like this. But it would have to kind of be blurred out, and they'd want to see the rest of it. How would this text look on this, in this idea? Because rather than just AI portfolio analysis, which some people might not think sounds that cool, and in fact, many people might be skeptical. This might help a little, we'll see. Check Discord. Sure, bravo. Let's check it out. Oh, thanks for making it a video. Appreciate that. Okay, I will watch. Oh, you already made a chat. Very nice. That looks cool. Wait, did you already get the nice smooth motion with the? So we're doing the same thing. If we get it working, that can maybe help you. I'm not sure if you already have it or not. We're using this in-frame motion thing. Oh, hopefully this will work. I think it just finished. Oh, nice. It says it just finished. But I need to install the library. Oh, it says it was already run, but I still need to restart the front end. One second here. Okay, it is here. Let me try running the chat. Oh, I'm still a new user. Okay, so definitely not this. Risk matrix as added value. That's cool. I like that one. That's cool. Yeah, I like this one, these two. I will save it for later. We need to implement it first before we put that there. We'll put this in our future. Only Tailwind. Did you get the chat to be? Maybe you don't know what I mean. The make the chat smooth as far as like once you send the message, it loads. I'll show you with Gemini. So watch when it loads in, it's gonna like fade in the text. It's very nice. Ours is very jerky. Like, I think it's scrolling for the user, so fix both of those too. So I'm gonna try signing up and just seeing that flow. So if I sign up here, okay, it's roughly fine. Okay, now we will test. So what's the moving the market today? I don't see any changes. NVIDIA saw its stock rise following reports of a restructuring in its cloud division. After the FDA approved the pill form of the weight loss drug. Barnes & Noble also announced plans for a new store opening in 2026. I remember people used to be thinking because of the Kindle, Barnes & Noble, Kindle and the phone, Barnes & Noble would have trouble. Long time ago. Commodity markets, gold and silver reached record highs. Actually kind of cool. So hold on. I'm gonna ask this in Gemini. I assume it's gonna get the same thing. But this is a Flash model, so let me choose the Flash. What's moving the markets today? Yeah, same sort of stuff. Hey Soda, how's it going? It's going well. I'm enjoying the new data we're adding. It's kind of fun to click around. And I've noticed for me, like this UI format makes it a lot easier to explore the data compared to other places that I've used before, so I like it. it's kind of fun just to click around and look every once in a while, like what all do we have? What is Brave Butters? Yeah, I think I'm actually with you guys. We should have a more digestible AI summary as well. Maybe a brief overview on the top. So real economic activity provides a comprehensive view of the economy. That's pretty vague, right? What does that mean? Wages. Oh yeah, let's look at wages. Nested comment system. Nice. Yeah. What are you working on? The average earnings grew from $20 an hour to almost 37 in 20 years. Oh, job openings. Cool. So we have the job openings of total non-farm. For 2021, just a huge spike in job openings. Quits. How does it track how many people quit? How does it know whether you quit? Hires. When will you be launching a demo? Or do you have a plan for that? Yeah, probably within... we still have a few things to figure out. I'm going to say 3 or 4 days. Hopefully it will be deployed and can be used at the domain. I'm working on a social media site. It's Reddit, Twitter, SodaHead hybrid. Nice. That's cool. What is it? What is SodaHead? Is it? Let me look it up. Never heard of it. Social media. It was a provider of polling technology, provide opinion-based discussion, staff-written opinion essays, interactive features. Oh, interesting. People could ask questions, post breaking news of the day, share opinions. Wonder what happened to it. Why did SodaHead close? So SodaHead didn't fully close. It disabled user logins, comments, and poll creation. After being acquired. Oh, I gotcha. Well. Actually kind of smart. Oh yeah, definitely share in the Discord now. Check which US state voted on what. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, sorry guys, I think the chat is pretty delayed. Disposable personal income. I'm just looking through these. It's kind of fun. Personal savings rate. Holy shit. So I guess this is all the stimulus stuff. Yeah, I think it's smart, Sodahead. It's like, you know that it was popular for a reason, and given that you were probably a user, you know why it was good. Like, how could I build it? I don't really understand why, because I just see these descriptions. So you kind of have a little bit of a advantage there, right? I feel like you understand. The only thing is, if maybe it was only like it was like a product of its time, you know, sometimes that happens. Like something becomes popular because at that time it made sense, but it doesn't make sense later. But it doesn't sound like that's the case for this, right? Why would polls and the reason it was good not apply to now? Unless another product covers it already, which I'm not sure. I can't think of any site that has polls. That's like a core feature. Retail sales X autos. I think it'd be cool if we could, okay, some of this stuff like we read, right? It's like, okay, well, I want a way to interpret this that's fun. Like, what else could I compare this to is what I mean. Like, you overlay a chart. I don't know, maybe we can figure out some other, like we bring this to the research and you can like overlay a bunch of charts that you could come up with something fun to look at. In fairness, I'm seeing some weird question people could ask here that reveals some data we didn't have. I'm seeing some weird question, people. Oh, I see. You're talking about Sodahead. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I get it, kind of, right? Like, I used to kind of use Quora before it became really bad. Not that it's really bad now, but it's just like a lot of, it's kind of like the UI is, in my opinion, not super good and stuff like this. And I could see that, like, that was a questions answer site, but maybe you have, instead of that, it's like polls, and then people comment under the polls. Granted, how do you fix the botting stuff? I guess just like CAPTCHAs and... Industrial production. Okay, so our description here is not very good because I still don't really know what this is. I think it's because we took the description of the Fred data, which wasn't very descriptive, and then we made a summary on top of it. But we need to build our own summaries, so I'm going to save this as an image. Yes, exactly. But honestly, it was a little bit before that. The Quora did a lot of things like it made it so like when you're clicking a question, like you have to scroll through a bunch of answers that aren't for the question. It's so weird. Like they put like answers to other questions under the question, and it's like really confusing which answers are for the one that you're reading because the UI doesn't make it clear. Plus, they tried to do like, they made it so like you get paid if you answer questions. But obviously that creates a certain kind of problem with the answer quality. Bad description on Reddit, yeah. Yeah. Capacity utilization. I don't know what this is either, so I guess it's just the industrial production folder. Okay, manufacturing. Durable goods. This is housing. It's kind of like a boom and bust type situation going on with housing. It's like every 10 years. New home sales. Median sale price. Interesting. I'm now on Xmas vacation, which stretches over some time. Nice. It's fun. Core groups get all the similar answers in related questions. That's why you get confused. Ah, gotcha. You guys are core users too. I think there were some other things too. I just stopped using it because I just wasn't enjoying it anymore. That was a while ago. At least like six or 7 years ago. Crude oil prices. You guys remember this? When oil went negative? It was negative price during COVID. Natural gas. Cool. All right, this one's good. Oh, consumer credit owned and securitized. How much debt we have. Following credit. Does not include conversation of things I'm doing. I'm supposed to now be a cabbage right now on this channel. I'm cheating. Nice. Is it? Hopefully it's not too hard of work watching. So this is still not reordered, so this must be a hard problem. The Ellen. It's still not reordered. Make sure, are you modifying this component? Yeah, I got my own little portfolio. I have for a long time, like since I was in high school, so I really enjoy it. Now the front end. Oh, I fixed it, I think. Let's check. Nice. I just need to direct it to the right place. And then figure it out. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure it didn't change things that weren't related though. Because what was it doing before? Changed it in economic data. Oh, it was here. So it shouldn't have done it here. So I'm going to probably remove that. I don't think it matters though, because this is just from the back end. So it was a display issue. I just came from another code, was in Temple OS. What? Oh man. Temple OS. Wait. That'd be kind of fun. just to like boot that up and try it out. I don't know what the process is though. Probably pretty intense. No delay for streaming messages. So I do want some delay. That's kind of the idea. So I think we're going to crank up these numbers so we can tell that this is working. We're trying to add smooth animations for the text. So these changes you made here, just like crank these numbers up. Like the animation, let's make it 10 seconds, transition 2 seconds, and add some delay because we're trying to make sure this is working. Right now we don't see any changes. So. Okay, let's work on this little bug. Right now we have a bad description for the industrial production folder. It's because we relied on the description that the Fred data came with, and then we summarized it. But the problem is there wasn't really enough information to explain what it is. So for these two in particular, let's go ahead and run our script to generate our description based on the, assuming we don't even get a description from Fred. Like we made a little script for that. We're going to run that one instead so that we can get and populate in the database a new description. Hopefully that made sense. Before you continue, tell me your understanding of what we're doing.
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Don't just black me can be found.
Yes, exactly.
Feel the
Yes,
earth, hear
exactly.
the sound. Wait right now.
Go ahead and find it
Wait
yourself.
right now.
We need to spend a little time tuning this market mood thing because it's not sensitive enough. Every day it's sort of the same. I think we need to have it's kind of like a momentum based value in our calculation. In other words, like, let's say our index is low, but it's been low for a very long time. The market sentiment shouldn't be greed. It should be floating back to neutral over time because greed, it's usually like a momentum-based thing. It's like the idea behind this is that like if you stay at a long time at a certain price, the sentiment isn't really greed. It doesn't really accurately reflect the, because you're trying to reflect the emotion sort of in the market, I guess. Does that make sense? Repeat back, or like, tell me your understanding of what I'm saying. Yeah, are you just like interested in the finance industry, like trading, or a deeper interest? I just really like it. Yeah, so I don't really know. Yeah, I'd say it helps that I'm kind of building this for myself too, so I enjoy it. I'm going to use it every day. So every day it'll send me some stuff, and I really like being able to look through the data. And yeah, as far as like working in the industry, I don't think so. But you never know, I guess. search through the scripts folder. Can't find. I don't know about you guys. Sometimes finance people join the stream, and that's cool too, because then they're like, yesterday someone joined that was really. He was saying like he wanted mergers and acquisition data. Okay, can you tell me what you're thinking? Don't leave, please tell me. Okay. Yes. Our response is to change, not to absolute levels. If the market rallies quickly, that's greed. The market's been high but flat for weeks. That's not greed anymore. That's just the new baseline. Kind of, that's what I'm saying here. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So what do you think, what percent should we make this momentum variable? Where do you find a job as a freelancer? I don't really know the answers to that. So I like math on that earlier. Well, there's a pattern to be extracted. Oh, average hourly earnings thing. I don't really know. We haven't looked at that yet. As far as like, that's kind of what I was thinking though. Like, we want to display things that the user will have fun looking at and find useful. So we take those graphs and maybe we overlay some other. For example, I mean, the simple one is you just for that one, I guess, is you just adjust it to inflation. That's like one idea, but like you have maybe some inflation graph on top. And maybe there's some other things like what if there's some relationship between hourly earnings and employment or job openings or something like this. So I guess what's interesting to people is finding those relationships too, those like correlations between things. So maybe with some of the data we can help the user find that. That'd be kind of fun too. So I don't really know what that would look like. I suppose you go into here. We have our collections. Maybe we could have an option for people to overlay stuff. Like, how would this even work though? Okay, so let's say I drag it to my collection, right? And I wanted to overlay this one on this one. I don't really know how we would do that. Like what the UI would look for that. Like I know how we can do it, but how the UI would look for, like, would you just drag it on top or something? I don't know. Or maybe some like drop down thing. Like look at it. In this case, 202 had a predictable impact. You can see how it would pull that line up. 202. Let me know what's your 202 case 2. Oh, I think that means 2020, right? Oh, right. I see what you're saying. We could put like lines about the events for sure over stuff. Like, hey, this is what happened. That's why this dip happened, maybe. I'll be right back. I'm gonna blow my nose.
still design. I heard it all without a lie. No signal given, still it grew. Not spoken loud, but always true. You called without a voice, and still I answered with a quiet thrill. You left a shape inside the air, not a sign, but I knew you were there. I moved in time with what you meant. No question asked, no message sent. I breathed you in like morning light, a feeling more than black or white. No need to write it, sing it through. I heard the silence and I knew. Stay close. Three little words. 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 Three little words.
I'm back. I'm gonna change the song. This one's a little annoying. Okay. Sorry. Suno has a lot of bugs. Don't like it as much these days. Thank you. But it does make good music, so. Thank you. So like, this is what happens if Y were to happen. User gets to put in Y. So the user could say, what happens if another pandemic happens or something? And we try to make a projection. That's kind of fun. Here's where we think the data is going to go. Trying to figure out how to get this. Oh, I have an idea. Nice. Okay, I figured it out. Just zoom out. So momentum. 30% momentum. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think makes sense for the decay rates? So that would be, if the market is flat for 2 weeks, how fast does it drift to neutral? Linear or exponential? Maybe not that stark. You had to go pandemic, right? No, but more granular. Like how can your app go? Oh, well, whatever rejection or answers to questions, any answers to questions that we could do are based on this data. So we can find historical scenarios that something happened, maybe, and give them. I mean, okay, so on Twitter, right? All those people tweeting data, what are they doing? They just look at historical examples and they say, here's what happened last time. That's in essence what they're doing. They just do it in different formats, different types of questions. And so that's what people are interested in. And that's also what we can do. So if someone asks a question, we can maybe find the periods in which that has happened in the past. If there's nothing, we tell the user nothing, but otherwise we say, here's what happened to this value last time this happened. Between these 2 points. We could do that, right? Maybe. People are wondering what's going to happen. We could try to give them some research. Best viewers. Stream Boo. Cool. So the last thing we did, we made it so it should be a really big change on what the streaming looks like. It should be more of a fade in. Let's see if it worked. Oh, nice. It works. At least the chat boxes, but should do it for the text. I see what it did there. So it's slightly misunderstood. Yeah, I think it looks cool, but it's not quite what we're going for. Like, let's say one person, one tweet is a quanta of data. I'm just gonna put this over here. I can't. Okay, well, we are good with an entree spotlight in terms of choosing Y for forecasting. Let's see. Good for. Maybe explain a little bit more what you mean there. I'm not sure. I think you're saying maybe find some other examples. You're saying find some other examples of people that are posting data that are popular, maybe? Because you're just saying maybe I'm using only one piece of data about what people are interested in. I'm not sure. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Let's go ahead and add that to our but this isn't going to be part of the index, the Prism index. It's going to be part of the sentiment calculation. So it's a little bit different, right? So do you know where you're going to put that, this new math here? Okay, so here's the problem. You, for this change here, Right now, it's fading in the chat boxes themselves, but it's not quite what we wanted. What we wanted is it's fading in what the LLM is typing. So we're like streaming the LLM data, right? But what we want to do is we want to gracefully load it in using these animations per sentence. Ideally, actually, per like 6 words, something like this. Per chunk of 18 words. Nope. One word left to right. I think that's how it should work, right? It's like fading in left to right, one word at a time, pretty quickly. Very. Can you explain how you're going to achieve this? Can you explain what you mean by Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the formatted markdown, like the bullet points and things. Is there any way we could do the markdown then do the animation? Because we don't want to have to do some weird glitching stuff. Okay, I think I've seen something you missed in the potential for charts. Let me make a DM later. Need to think it out first. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, feel free to DM me on the. So I'm curious. Maybe I am missing something. I'm sure there's tons of ideas we could do here. That would be interesting to people. Okay, realistically, how are we going to do this for this view reasoning part? All right, we're going to do it for all of that. Is this achievable so it's not going to be super laggy, do you think, to do this word by word? Also, how are you going to do it word by word again? Can you tell me again? Oh, cool. All right, let's do it. Let's try to implement it. It's the 5th or 6th time it's asking me to find the file. It's okay. I just have to tell it to look. I think I'm gonna learn about, oh, I didn't even know I could do this. Oh, learn something new every day, okay. I don't need to actually go restart, I can just do it here. Huh. Cool. What can I do with this one? These are our queries. All right. So we're having some performance issues as we switch pages. What can I use as a tool to try to diagnose what's going on? I tried the network tab, that's not working. So what do you recommend? I remember there were some tools for this, I just forgot the names of them. I remember in the past. React Dev Tools Profiler. The lag is mostly when we're switching pages. I'm assuming it's probably related to like doing a bunch of fetches on maybe some live finance data or something, but it's both pages, research, portfolio page. We're not using app router, we're using just the pages navigation. Is this maybe why? Okay, so it's a non-chat thing. Oh, Bravo says the same? Okay, interesting. Wait, okay, you guys are all understanding. What am I missing? Okay, let me read it again. Oh, hey Bravo, I missed that message. Why don't you use Cloud Code extension instead inside Anti-Gravity IDE? I kind of like my setup here. I can easily see the changes as it's doing it. This is what happens if Y were to happen and the user gets to put in a Y. Okay, I think I'm understanding. So we have some sort of like UI where they see what's the format of the question and they can put in maybe some options and then the chart updates. Ah, okay. I think I maybe see where you're going with this. It's kind of cool. Because otherwise, what does the user have to do? They have to look at the chart. They have to go through it themselves, but we can help them. We can be like, hey, on the top. This is what happens when interest rates go up 1%. and then it brings up all the examples. But it's like they can click what they want to fill in, maybe. How the UI will work for that, I'm not really sure. But maybe it's like that will be for all of our charts, potentially something like this. Okay, so supposedly it has done this chat stuff. Let's try it. It's moving markets today. Oh, nice. Guys, it actually worked. Look. Oh, that's weird. Almost. It does the view reasoning correctly, but then it starts to do them all at the same time. I'm gonna look one more time what it's doing so I can better understand how do ETFs work. Okay, it's close. I'm gonna commit. The only thing is it's like doing all of the paragraphs simultaneously. We want to do it from top to bottom, left to right. So like we can do it word by word, but it just has to make sure that it's doing each paragraph from top to bottom instead of all of them. I think I already said that, but we'll try that. Does the chart also show overall portfolio performance 1 year? Yes. Yeah, actually it shows all of that. And we also have more than that too. We've got the Sharpe ratio, we have the max drawdown percent, and it updates based on where you zoom. So you can actually zoom in on the chart too. So you can go like, well, how did I do during COVID? And go to, well, this position we bought May 4th, so it doesn't go back there. But say, okay, how did I do this year, December to March? You can zoom in, give you your Sharpe ratio. How did you do during this period? So the nominal after tax is always the same if you have a loss. The real return, so that takes the inflation plus the tax rate. And then you got the versus the risk-free, so that you can do a comparison versus treasuries and things like this. Then you got all the benchmarks. So we have all the important stuff you will need. And we're going to make the export to Excel really good. It's going to be extremely good. Because once you export, it's going to hook everything up. So you'll be able to plug it into your Google Sheets. Your Google Sheets are going to automatically update based on the price. All the statistics will update. You'll have all the transactions. It's going to be pretty dope. Like, that'll be a paid feature. So that's really helpful for people. Granted, if the reason why that's a paid feature is once they have that, they might use this less, right? Because now they have their Excel sheet that tracks everything. But with that said, the Excel sheet can't do zooming stuff. As far as I know. I mean, I'm sure you can do it. It's just very challenging. I don't know how to do a zooming graph on Excel. Just to point out that the Twitch live stream is the live one. Discord is a good... Yes, that's true. Yeah, I was reading about that the other day. The reason why I think it's... well, basically, if you're a small Twitch streamer, you're making Twitch lose money because they pay a lot to get that real-time, close to real-time feed to make that work. So, yeah. But if I do grow on Twitch, that'd be cool too, because then I could we can talk a little bit more real time for sure. On the chart offered by IBKR. Oh yeah, so we have that too. We have the line here. IBKR is the better one in terms of like compared to all the brokerages, it offers a lot of statistics, which are really good. But most people don't have IBKR. They have E-Trade and Schwab's pretty good, I guess, but it doesn't have. I couldn't find the Sharpe ratio and things. Fidelity, so yeah. So you can get the lines here. Schwab offers the lines. Hey, happy host world. I'm doing pretty well. How about you? Did you already implement the momentum thing that we talked about earlier? I don't think so. Oh no, it didn't. Maybe it's here. This JSON file? Did we add the calculation here? Oh yeah, we did, right here. IBKR works worldwide, low brokerage. Yeah, IBKR is good. But in the US, it's not super popular. But for serious investors, yeah, they're generally using that. I feel like serious retail people. I like that they fixed up their UI, because before it was kind of pretty bad. Kept like logging me out and all this stuff. It's finally pretty good though. Tech use for this project. It's Cloud Code, and we use AI Studio for design. No. Oh, I see what happened. So I need to make sure they don't have multiple windows that are stacked behind each other, because that's how I lose stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this. Yeah, if you guys type in the stack command, it says stuff. Yeah, in the chat. I should update that command so that way it has all the tools we're using too. Okay, so the animation might work now. Let's try it out. Okay. Cool. So if I do what's moving the market today, let's try it. A little too fast, right? Maybe it's about right. Let's try it one more time. I mean, this is too slow, but the actual text itself. I'm going to slow this down just to make sure. Can you slow down how quickly the text is coming in for... It seems like the view reasoning is coming in slower than the result text. Is that possible? Did you set it the same animation speed? All right, yeah, go ahead and do that. If you can't find it, it's fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's double the speed, because actually, just make it 10x the speed. The reason is because we just want to make sure it's working. Or 10x the... value here. Oh, no. I thought that was going to happen. It made it 10x faster, not 10x slower. Because the way I said it is not clear. Fine. Good. Okay, let's... this is going to be really slow, but at least it'll verify that this is working. Okay, I see a problem. So what's happening here is it's loading in at the right speed, but then when the streaming hits like it finishes a paragraph, then it glitches in. So it's kind of like short-circuiting what we've programmed in for the animation speed. Can you try to identify why that would be? Can you go ahead and make some tests for this? So make a bunch of tests for the sentiment score, and make sure, and at the end of this test, go ahead and log the results for me, and explain to me how it's how different scenarios would create different values. Okay, cool. It says it made new descriptions. Let's go test it out. For the industrial collections, looks like we got one error here. That's just we've run into that before. Nope. Nice. So it added this description here. This metric is a vital tool for economists because the industrial sector is highly sensitive to changes in interest rates and consumer demand. Okay, great. So this focuses on physical volume. You're gonna have to call an end to the build sprint, move to the marketing soon because we bit of scope. Is there a features list thing that ends? I'm kind of aiming for maybe like 3 to 4 days, something like this. Latest maybe end of December. But I'm pretty happy with what we're making here. As long as we're making progress, you know what I mean? Like we're adding more and more things, could be useful, and then we start to sell it. I'd say I can't sell it quite yet because I need to figure out still a few things. But once we figure out which data provider we're gonna use and what price point and everything, then we're set to start. Already could be deployed. We just got to get that going. Okay, that makes sense. So the way this works, when do we trigger the sentiment analysis? Is it just whenever? Yeah, what about the morning brief? Because the morning brief, we show it in the morning brief too, so we might want to trigger it's not updated there as well, right? Wait, how are we getting the recent sentiment score if we're not doing it there? Check if we're not doing a fallback there, because it should be because we're using it in the morning brief. So how would it be showing if it's not getting it? Suspicious. Why is it getting it from a JSON file? We should change that too. We gotta fix that. That's a little stupid. Stop getting sentiments analysis from a stored JSON file. It looks relatively sellable. According to your own research a couple of days ago as to what other folks. Yeah. I'd say we're getting there, right? I think you're right. Like once we have this friend data, maybe add a few more things, kind of iron out the kinks here. And then we choose the data provider. And I think then we're good to go. Stripe is already hooked up and everything, so it's just a matter of flipping it out of test mode. And then we'll try to figure out what we're doing, how we're going to target. We have a kind of a list of strategies. We'll just go through each strategy one by one throughout the day. We'll maybe do like 40% building, 60% marketing, something like this. This kind of thing. Or maybe half and half. Adding more features. Okay, I'm really confused. Are both of these having their own place for the calculation? It should be just one file that it's getting, you know, this should have the same logic everywhere, right? So let's double check. Like, why do we need this? And you can start looking at car shows. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, easy. The week. Get a camera. I want to get a camera so that way I can use my phone sometimes. Because I use my phone as the camera. But cameras are really expensive. Well, good cameras. You can get a kind of getting a worse camera than my phone. Yeah. Also, it's a little bit philosophical, I guess. Like, I don't really want to buy a camera unless, like, somehow I feel like I'm on a good path of that this is gonna pay for it. And we're definitely early, so. Okay, so I removed it. Good. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And then, so does the morning brief call this then? How is it getting it? Yeah, it's still doing it there. Let's see here. Oh, it's because it didn't actually work down. Animate the raw text first. And format the visible version. Yeah, I guess before you start, is there going to be some like glitching where we're going to see it apply the markdown in real time? Because that could be a little weird. Yeah. So I definitely don't want to do option one. What are our other options? I think if this AI thing is analog, The car electric revolution, 1890. Dylan, given the entry point. Given the entry point. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, so oh, that kind of makes sense. So here's the issue with our rendering. We're fixing the markdown that we get. We're applying it. And when we do that, it's causing the whole thing to like re-render. And that's why it causes it to like jump ahead and just like skip the animation. So how could we fix this? Yeah, try this fix first. Any plan on Opus agents? I want to build something like... Hey Shri, welcome back. Something like this. Let me know if you have any ideas. I guess what you mean by Opus agents, you're thinking maybe something for developers? Or something else? Maybe like it can do tasks for you while you sleep, something like this. Oh, nice, good. So is it going to, every day we're going to run this, is it going to update every day? Or does it have like some caching or something? Because it seems like sometimes it doesn't change, so I'm just asking. Don't make any changes. Do search Opus agents in Google Opus clips, I'm saying. Okay. Opus agents. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about like making agents out of... but you're saying kind of like a shorts generator or something? No. This is agent Opus. Okay, this is it right here. Not Opus clip. I will try it. Okay, great. Perfect. I'll put Socrates aside for this moment. I'm totally sure. Socrates. God, what is wrong with me? Socrates. Why do we say that? Not totally sure Socrates, Plato could have made him up. Yes. Let me know. You know, I'm sure there's like some insight here and I'm missing it. Some like I think I get the gist. Yeah. So I'm checking out Agent Opus. Create a... I'm just looking at some examples. It's actually pretty good in a way. Like, Damn, I actually didn't know it could be this good yet. It's actually really good. Wow. I'm gonna try it, I guess. Let me just do something. Create a video of a guy vibe coding a financial app. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it would. That's pretty amazing. Let's see what happens with what we just did. Oh, this is the same company as Opus Clips, right? It's Opus is the company. I assume there was an error because I saw a little thing come up, so I'm just gonna go back. Oh, I see. It takes a while. Okay. Understandably, it takes a while given what we just saw. So I will check it back later. Come back later.
Where will Nvidia stock be in 2030?
Wow.
Right now,
That's really good.
180, but could it hit 500, 800, even 4,000? Some analysts see 500. The logic Amazon margins stay strong, building software, custom chips, powering every internet did. Nvidia could ride the wave. So by 2030,
I can tell he's AI, but it's very good. Anyways. Test that yeah, maybe. It's 10% done, so it takes maybe 5 minutes per video, but we'll see what ours gets, our simple little one. That'd be cool if I could put in my videos and it like can make me shorter, more condensed version. So that way you guys can, people can watch that instead. They would like. But the problem is this is an 8-hour stream, so that is way too much money for them to process. Okay, so it says it made a change. We will try it. I'm not very optimistic about this particular problem. But we are getting closer. Dang. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's go ahead and do something. It's going to be what you said before, which is that we are going to not render the markdown until after it's completed. It'll be weird still, but I just want to see that it'll work. And then we know that's for sure what's going on. Hey, thanks, Corey. Command Shift B to close the bookmark on active browser. Not sure what that's referring to there. Oh, I see. So it actually does take. Look at this. It's saying some stuff. Oh, gives you a little transcript. I read it. Okay, so I'm gonna go and edit it. Quick edit. Okay, here's the transcript. Okay. It's just a test. That's kind of cool. You can see its reasoning as it goes through to make this. So it's generating the voiceover. Oh, wait. To get started, please provide a link to a YouTube video. So maybe I actually could do this. Interesting. But I'd have to capture my face. close the bookmark. Oh, I see what you're saying, Shri. You're talking about how it shows my bookmarks at the top there. Yeah, might as well, right? Yeah, thank you. Wasn't. I'm gonna cook their dinner. All right, so it should be now. Hopefully, it will fade in correctly, but it's gonna glitch at the end. So let's check it out. Yeah. Oh, it actually still does it, so it's not related to the markdown. Okay, so good news. It's still doing the same problem, so it's not related to this markdown processing. So you can actually revert back. We're still going to do it as we were before. There's another source of the bug as far as like causing it to skip ahead for each paragraph. Only coders will use AI. It will become highly niche. I mean, at the moment, yeah, I agree. Like, that coders will take the full advantage of it. They'll be able to utilize it a lot more effectively. I think people might use it to learn too. It kind of lowers the barrier to entry a little bit. So more people will become coders probably. That's kind of my take. Okay. So I'm going to create a new page. This is going to be just kind of like an experiments page. I wanted to try implementing, it's going to be called, it's going to be a new section for the AI portfolio insights. And we're going to segment these out at some point, but the new section is going to be called a risk matrix. And it's going to go through each of your positions and explain where you're potentially the most vulnerable. Like maybe you're super, well, what a risk matrix will do is it gives a bunch of potential scenarios, but like, and it will give you historical examples on how your portfolio would do in each of those examples. Everything in your portfolio together. That's all the correlations and all that stuff. So let's try. That would be the first. So we're going to create a new page. This page is going to be called risk matrix. Risk matrix for portfolio. The general idea is to build a series of historical events that are relevant to the portfolio and to provide the user information with potentially how their portfolio would do quantitatively. We're going to run our question pipeline. We're going to use our stuff we built already to try to answer some of this, and we're going to use actual numbers. To try to answer questions user might have. The idea here is to provide information, but also have the inline chat available for user to ask more questions, follow-up questions. Yes, it's true. Ideate on, this will look like. Create a new folder. AI risk matrix. The only problem with this though, is like, let's say it does, like, it does generate cool things, but if it takes an hour every time you want to iterate, that's kind of going to be really hard to make anything. Because even if it does make good things, it's like you're still going to have probably a lot of stuff you need to change. Like, there is just like a time factor there. Granted, maybe there's if you pay for premium, it's much faster. I bet that's what's going on. No, so what happens is, like, the longer so it is happening in both the thinking section and the made response. It's probably related to the use effect timing, I'm guessing. Because like you said, it's probably it triggers a re-render and then it skips ahead. So what happens is the shorter paragraphs seem to finish, but it seems like after a certain amount of time, I think what's happening is, like, once the streaming hits up the end of a paragraph, then it completes it. So something about that is what short circuits the animation. You're talking about this, the animation. For me, a good general approach I have is just like explain a little more in detail what's going on. If that doesn't work, then we have to go a little. It's just a matter of just getting more and more specific. So then I will look at the code, then I will add logs, then I will do this, then I will do that, and provide more and more information to target down what it is. But at the beginning, I don't put in the work to figure out exactly where it is, because that takes a lot of time. I would say the state is no longer used. Why was it not removed? I must have missed some messages because I don't understand what's going on here. That's fine. Says it found it, but very common it will say that. We will try. Okay, so I'm gonna read this doc here. Okay. I corrected a little bit, but overall. It's not bad. It's not bad, right? Gives you a little overview. Sometimes people get a little too comfortable. And you explain, hey, here's our estimate given all of the variables and historical events. And you can go in the event detail. So you click in. It's not bad, and it's not bad, actually. So still no. So it's glitching ahead. Again, make sure the animation. Okay, list 3 to 4 potential reasons that it's skipping ahead. And also investigate what types of logs could we add to try to nail down the precise reason. The logs might be what we need to do here to figure this out. For the sentiment calculation, is it doing the momentum based on prior sentiment calculations, or is it doing it based on prior price data? Yeah, the AI loves to say I finished it, but yeah. Yeah, race condition, probably. Okay, let's try it. I know this is a tough little problem because I've actually seen big companies that have really bad janky rendering with their chatbots, so I'm not too upset that this is taking a while. It's a little tricky. I mean, think about Cloud Code. Apparently they had to rewrite their whole rendering to get it not to glitch around, so sometimes these things can be surprisingly tricky. Okay, I forgot to inspect element, which was important. But it's important to me that this looks good when it comes in, so I don't really mind spending the time. Okay, so we got logs here. Nice. Okay, so I think this might help us. So this is my general process. If we can't fix it, add logs. Can't fix it, maybe add a few more logs. Then if we can't fix it, try to find like use Perplexity to find a YouTube video, Medium article that has solved a similar problem. Plug that back into AI. That doesn't work. Maybe use Perplexity again, find a library. That doesn't work. At some point, you will have to look at yourself if it's really important to you. But we haven't actually had to do this yet on this project, so to actually fix it ourselves. fact, what I would do if I was fixing this myself, I would just start with adding logs. So I'd just be like, okay, I need to understand how this works. I'm gonna add a bunch of logs. And then eventually we would solve it. It would just take like 5 hours, but we would solve it. And if it doesn't work, hire. Yeah, exactly. I forgot about that option. Just hire someone. Go on Fiverr or something. Okay, so the problem is now clear, according to the model. Whether or not that is true, we'll find out shortly. Okay, so supposedly it fixed it. We will try. If it works, I will be very happy. Let's see. Okay, interesting. So what's happening is it's rendering a bunch of paragraphs at the same time, and then once everything is finished, then it all loads in. So if you need to, we need to add more logs. The way this should work, it should be top to bottom. There shouldn't be multiple states for each paragraph. Type of Mac you have. I have a MacBook 13-inch, 16 gigabytes of RAM, or unified memory, I mean. It's just RAM. And M4 chip. How many chatters? That's a good question. Someone thought I was AI. Like, you guys know this guy's AI, right? I'm a little suspicious. I don't think this is going to work. Right, I've done some mediocre projects with anti-gravity, Gemini, but seeing. Does YouTube limit the amount of text you guys can put in your chats? Because I notice like sometimes it gets cut off. Does it say like you can only put? Because also I notice. Do I still need to know syntax? It helps to know like programming concepts as you're going along. Whether you need to know the exact syntax, I actually would say the syntax is probably the least important part. It's more important that you know general concepts, because you can kind of figure out what things mean over time. Like as you're reading this, you'll eventually pick up a few things like you won't know everything though, but you'll kind of get the hang of it.
Picture this. A guy, headphones on,
Hey guys, I finished our video. Let's check it out.
into the booming world of personal finance.
Okay, let's watch this.
Picture this. A guy, headphones on, locked in, coding a financial app that taps into the booming world of personal finance. With over 70% of users now millennials and Gen Z, he's building for a generation that wants AI-powered savings, real-time insights, and gamified rewards. The market's exploding, projected to top $400 billion by 2029. He's weaving in open banking, slick dashboards, and features that keep users coming back. This isn't just coding, it's shaping how millions manage money. Want to see where fintech goes next? Hit follow for more behind-the-scenes innovation.
Pretty good. Obviously, you can tell it's someone's messed up about it, but wait. So okay, let's say I want to iterate on this. How long is it going to take? If I say the text for 70% was a bit glitchy, can you correct it? created this video. Yeah, we just check out. This was something Shri told us about. Apparently, you can make a bunch of cool videos, but just with these prompts. It's pretty good. So far, it's well. I imagine we have a limit here. This is our first video. There's no way it's free, for sure. Probably pretty pricey. We will see though. Yeah. So one problem with this, like if we cannot make iterations, that's going to be really hard, right? Like we would have to wait 20 minutes, get a video. If it doesn't work, try to generate another video, another 20 minutes. Again, though, probably if you pay, the speed goes down a lot. So, but it would be nice to be able to iterate on the same video. It says I can't, supposedly. Yeah. You recommend some YouTube videos for getting started, Madio, stuff like that? Or should I just go with it and learn along the way? We kind of talked about this yesterday. I think it's the same as it always has been. If you want to learn programming, build stuff. It's a pretty good way. That's how everyone I know that likes programming, that's how they like it. They started by building things. And I think it's still the same. So build something you think is fun and have fun with it. And you might like programming at the end of the day. Or you might not, in which case, it's not for you. But I think building's a good way to figure out if you like it or not. If it's for marketing content. Yeah, I have edited videos in the past. Like I used to make like these montage things and I had some but it's just a lot of work. Like to edit a video, like especially if I'm doing these long streams, not enough time in the day to make good videos. If I was doing 8 hours a day editing videos, then okay, maybe. It's just like, it's a time factor. About the question, how far you studied DSA? What are your thoughts on it? Not very useful for building. Yeah, that's purely purely interviews, and if you're building like scalable systems, it can become important. That's why, I guess to some extent that's why they ask those questions. But it's not super important, especially at the beginning when you're just like building stuff. But yeah, once you're building like indexes for your database, but you can learn all that stuff as you go, right? Like you need to figure out how to make your game scalable. You will have to learn necessary things, and you will be motivated to learn it. But yeah. Okay, it says it fixed our rendering thing. We will try it again. If this doesn't work, we're going to try adding more logs. If that doesn't work, I think what I'm going to do is, because right now we have a really long animation delay, because I wanted to try to get this to work. If not, we can kind of do a little hacky thing of just making the animation delay small enough that it doesn't jerk in like it does. But it still has the same fade-in effect. So it'll still look reasonably good. Oh my gosh, it's working. Oh. Wait, it's way better though. Hold on. Okay, reduce the animation delay by 10x. We're gonna see how it looks. Now. DSA for placement, building would be a good gamble for to not self-learning. Yeah, right. So it depends on your goal, right? You're trying to get a job. Yeah, you gotta know that stuff. Gotta lead code, gotta know DSA. If you're trying to build and figuring out whether you like programming, then you probably shouldn't study DSA to start, because you probably won't like that. You would want to know whether you like the job that you would end up getting. And to know that, you probably would want to start by building. Yeah. Where's the tropical island? This is a React query. Does some caching for us. That's good. It could be a gamble, I suppose, if you're building instead of studying, because you need to get a job, right? And I guess that's when it would be a gamble. But everyone's situation is a little different. Okay, let's take a look. I noticed it does the view reasoning right, but as soon as it gets to the content. So that's a good first step. Okay, so the view reasoning part works perfectly, but as soon as we get to the content, then it starts rendering a bunch of different areas at the same time. Oh, Rahul, I can't give too much advice on that. Totally depends on your situation, where you live. Everything is different. Like where I live, there's a lot of tech opportunities here, so I feel reasonably comfortable, but there could be another situation where the risk is very different. So fortunately, you can't really generalize that advice. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Sri. Appreciate it.
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Doubt is black, new can be found.
Again, I actually can't. I legitimately don't have enough information. Everyone's situation is very different, and there's a lot of variables. So there's no way I could really give anything substantial there. I only can give information on what I'm doing, but that's all I can do. Not to blow you off or anything. Just the reality of it. Okay, so I've added some logs. We'll go ahead and try it. You guys are probably wondering why I'm spending this much time on the animation. It's because I just want it to look good. I want it to be nice to use. Cool, this might help because I notice it's starting a bunch of different indexes so they can see. Okay, so take a look at this. We want cloud subscription. Lock in execute. MySuno Vibe coding playlist. Hey, most wanted. I'm actually interested. I need some new music, so if you're okay with letting me play it on stream, then I will. I might. Okay, while it's doing that, I do some other things. We could implement this test thing here, but it's just a lot of components. We could start with the UI though. I just don't want it to be like gimmicky, you know? Chad on his back. He is locking in. We will see him in 7 hours. How was leg day? Hey, sup, prompt. We're working on this financial tool. It's a newsletter, and we're working on making the animations for the chat a bit smoother. We're going to reduce some of the glitchiness that we have. It's taking a bit of work. We're adding a lot of logs to try to identify the problem. In this case, it's actually trying to fix it, so we'll see. Okay, we will try again. I would check the logs. Oh, thanks, Most Wanted. You make AI do all the work. I would say in general, it's a process of... There is a process that we follow. It's like... In a way, it's kind of similar to what you would do if you're debugging it, right? Like if I was debugging it myself, what would I do? I would add a bunch of logs until I understood it. So I tell the AI to add a bunch of logs. That doesn't work. Add more logs. And then you go to Perplexity, try to find a scenario that some other user has had a problem with, like go on Medium article, maybe Stack Overflow or YouTube video. You find the answer, plug it into AI. In a way, it's very similar. If you're programming yourself, trying to fix this UI bug, that's what you'd be doing. So we leave most of the coding to the AI. However, we do review the code for important things. So a lot of times you'll catch me opening this up, reading what's going on. Because sometimes we're adding some bad things, like just bad branches of if-else, hard-coded data, all sorts of things. So we do spend a lot of time reading code, I would say. As far as actually typing code, not a lot of time. Virtually none, I would say, in this whole process. That's my preference. Some people like to do it a little differently. Some people use it just for autofill. I would consider doing that, but I would need a good interface where I can attach documents for what I'm doing. But autofill usually lacks the context of what we're doing. So it can do a lot of different types of functions, but it doesn't really understand the overall design of what we're trying to accomplish. So I prefer to do it this way. And we create these documents for the architecture. These are all of our documents. And we iterate with the AI. This is when we're doing harder things. So the charts, for the charts, we make docs like this and we go through it, specifically this kind of doc where you have this nice flowchart. You go through, make sure everything makes sense. This is for the harder stuff, right? Like a lot of UI stuff, you'll notice I'm just plugging away. But if we're doing something that that you're probably wondering, when do we do this? We do it when the AI needs to modify a lot of files, right? If we need to modify 15 files, they all have shared components, it gets really complex pretty quickly, right? So then you create a plan. You iterate with the AI on the plan. And you create phase 1 of this plan, implement that. Phase 2, you just plug away this way. If you tried to say, hey, AI, do this, it's going to totally not work at all. If it's modifying a lot of files, because it's limited in its abilities. So yeah. How does your terminal have folder tree? This is NeoVim. Having GF means slower deployments, probably. Yeah, this is NeoVim. So if you're interested, you can download it. Okay, we will try again. Yeah, no problem. It's NeoVim. So I do NeoVim, not Vim. Because NeoVim you can and then install LazyVim. So you get some nice little default stuff. You don't have to configure it all yourself. I don't see any logs. I wonder if we deleted the logs. Oh, they're there. Okay. Oops. It's probably one of those errors that just happens every once in a while, and I guess it's okay for the moment, but I will save it for later. If it happens again, I will plug it in. So I save it here. Sure, Rahul. It's public. I will send it to you. Here it is. Let's move on. All right, so what I'm going to do now, it's not perfect as far as what I was trying to accomplish. However, I think I'm going to try one thing. I'm going to turn off thinking because I am curious what it's going to do in that scenario because if you notice, the thinking is totally working, right? It's going top to bottom just as soon as it gets to the content. So I'm curious if I turn it off, maybe it will work. Because maybe we can help identify the bug this way. But maybe not. I probably suspect it won't. I'll probably plug in the logs one more time and see if it noticed anything different. And then I will disable the thinking and the search, and we will see what happens. Gosh, let me copy this, please. Safari, please. Let me copy the thing. What the heck? There we go. You see anything different in these logs or same sort of pattern here? Yes. But I have a bunch of other playlists as well. So I have better playlists, but it's hard to think when if I'm talking and these playlists are running and listen to music loud. But I have these other ones that are pretty good. This one's a bit better. It has 41 songs. It actually has some good songs. Yeah. So it thinks it's a caching problem, which I think it probably isn't. But we will. We will try it.
Spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
It's not bad, actually. Like, it's a little weird. But I would, I'd prefer if it did it the right way. I will watch one more time. Obviously, we'll reduce the animation time here. Sounds good. Yeah, have fun. All right, I'm gonna leave it for now. It's okay. Okay, so let's go ahead. You know, this initial like chat box fade in time. Let's half that. Thanks, Rule. Have a good one. And we'll work on some other things. Come back to this some other time. Whatever. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's definitely the second option, right? We don't want to have it based on the prior sentiment readings. It should be based on purely external data. That's for this. It was basing our market sentiment like momentum, the momentum variable. It's basing it on the prior sentiment calculations, which we don't want.
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
Doesn't really stand on its own in that case as a measurement.
Spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Through the roar, I find my call.
So we're gonna try some tools to test our performance of our app. What we're trying to figure out is specifically when we navigate between pages, we're trying to reduce a lot of the lag there. So what are some tools we can use? I can't remember the names of them. Like we could look at the network tab, but I did before and I didn't really identify too much. So it's probably related to we're just fetching too many times or something. React DevTools profiler. Oh right, Lighthouse. I remember that. Which would you recommend for our specific problem of the lag is specifically when switching pages? Oh, right. Also, is it related to app router? Not us not using app router? I already asked that, but I think I forgot to read that. Okay, so let's try that. But I need to open Chrome instead. Wait, it's looking a lot faster on Chrome. Oh, well. Wait, what if this works on Chrome? I'm curious. Okay. Nice. Can I save this as a... I save it. From this performance tab, can you save it as like a report? And I'm just going to feed it. The down arrow icon, is that here? Oh, here. Yeah, just include everything, whatever. Mm-hmm. 1 second. Blank the screen as I grab the file. It's funny as this whole thing up here. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm going to upload the file. Cool. Undo the screen thing. So here's the report of our performance. We navigated between all the pages. What stands out to you as potentially some performance problems? I probably can't go out of the project to read files that it's in which case I will drag it into the project. Oh, but it kind of cheated and it uses some command to read it or something. So that works, I guess. Appears to be stuck. What happened? I'm going to explore Shad CN, or however you pronounce it, this library. So this library here, take a look at our project. What we're going to try to figure out is what we improve in our UI with this library, like stylistically. Because multiple people have recommended it at this point, and I keep seeing it, so I will explore. Let's retest our emails again, because we made a lot of changes to the morning brief, so we should make sure that the changes reflect there. I don't think they do fully. I will send a few test ones. Can you go ahead and find our scripts for sending test emails? We're going to send 2 of them to the admin. So supposedly this library could improve our calendar picker, data source dropdown.
Distant whispers rise up unbound. Feel the earth, hear the sound.
Searchable dropdown. All right, let's look at what it does for us there. We do have our own, but I think ours is okay. It's not like super amazing. Let's see here. Combo box. That's kind of what ours looks like. Let's compare. This is ours. It's not much difference, right? Okay. So no reason to do that. Okay, cool. So I'm not doing it unless they're... I'm not doing that unless there's more benefit to us to adding this library, I suppose. Maybe if we're billing... Oh, wait. I'll ask about... What about the preferences? Preferences page. Let's do both. Morning, afternoon. Okay, so the slowest route changes are caused by recharts, framer motion, okay. It's re-rendering. Which is going to be the most benefit in loading time? Let's just take the top 3 or 4. Also, consider, let's say we switch to app router. How many milliseconds would that save us, if any? Okay, we sent some emails. Let's go ahead, take a look. Okay, this is the morning one. Cool, pretty good. Just needs to format this. And we're going to change this so the email is going to be the headline. So in this case, it's this morning brief and then the headline. Maybe we just put the title here, morning brief, then title is here. Because if we do morning brief title, it's going to be morning brief, then they open it morning brief. It's just repeating information. To be morning brief, this date. Granted, they know what day it is. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna keep it this and then just do the title. A morning market brief or something instead. Better than that. It's a little bit confusing, but we just fixed the scores. So, right, like if we have low stress, there should be some information about what that means as well. But let's fix this part. So this part wasn't formatted very well in the email. Should be similar to the today's events formatting for the morning brief. I believe it had everything. Also, we changed the formatting for notable movers to be the pros. For some reason, it's still showing the old way. Okay, this is the, should we call it like evening brief or something? Oh, these are old charts. We haven't generated the charts yet for today, so a little suspicious. We ever update Cloud Code? I did literally 2 days ago. Yeah. I will update again soon. Where are you guys? consistently on my ass about that. I don't think a day made a big difference.
Feet on fire, I trace the edge. Wild winds howl as echoes crash.
It's a little weird.
Underneath the full moon.
All right. Fine. But I'm not going to close it because I have all my context open for my questions, so I'm going to leave it. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it. There's no alternative.
Take my hand, we'll dance around. Take my hand,
I'll just fix this little bug here.
we'll dance around. Take my hand, we'll dance around.
I'm a little confused. Is that a Excel library loading on every page? It probably should only load literally when we click the export to Excel button, which we didn't click. So why would it be even be part of the page rendering?
Distant whispers rise up.
So what we did for this is we wanted to figure out how to increase the loading of the pages or decrease the loading of the pages time. And so we did a little performance thing with Chrome, plugged it in, and we're gonna fix a few of them, shave off a little bit of time. Nothing too crazy.
Feet on fire, I trace the edge.
Okay, sounds good.
Wild winds howl as echoes crash.
See you then.
Underneath the full moon.
A few days from now is Christmas, so I will not be on here.
Take
So
my hand,
you will miss the time that I'm here.
take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
All right, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go through all of our email stuff, and that includes for the morning and afternoon. Please remove any fallback stuff because it's very confusing. Right. So, for example, right, the email that you've sent me for the afternoon. You've sent me this, but we haven't actually generated today's brief, which means that there should be nothing in this email, right? Like, but there is. Therefore, there's some sort of weird fallback stuff, right? The only thing this email stuff should be doing should be getting from the database, mapping it to the styles that we want. That's it. Shouldn't do any other things. There's no fallbacks. There's nothing. Oh, cool. So we saved 21 milliseconds per page. Fantastic. So we can save another 18 milliseconds with recharts. We only use recharts on one of the pages though. So just make sure we're not loading that in for every page. Actually, two of the pages. Actually, just go ahead and keep recharts because we use it on so many pages, so that's fine. So I'm just going to do that. What else can we do? So we could save 50 to 100 milliseconds if we analyze components. I think that's a lot of work, if I remember correctly, but let's see if there's any quick wins. Is there any quick wins with this? And quick wins meaning not a lot of changes to make big improvements. Let me look at our... I'm going to do a little research. Yeah, put it in a Google Doc. I want it to be here. How was the Opus agent output? It was pretty good, but we couldn't iterate on the video. So like I wanted to be able to make changes to the video the same way. But maybe I'm missing something. Cool. That was one more alpha advantage. So I'm gonna look up these on Perplexity again, because we're going to try to maybe accomplish this. Okay, so let's go ahead and test the emails again. So it apparently found some quick wins to, oh right, use memo to decrease. Let's see what we got. Noise app header. It's on every page. Okay. I mean, we'll try it, I guess. Sure didn't break anything. Okay, what else can we do to eat into this 50 to 100 milliseconds? These initial renders. Sometimes it feels like it takes like a second or two, though. Like it's not even like it feels like I'm waiting for 2 seconds before the page. Like if I leave it sit for a while, the page, and then I click, the first navigation takes like 3 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Data fetching, blocking.
Distant whispers rise up unbound. Feel the earth, hear the sound.
Okay, we're going to change 2 things. For the morning brief,
Feet on fire, I trace the ash. Wild winds howl as echoes crash underneath the full moon.
well, maybe they fixed this attaching thing. If I update the cloud code. Oh, great. This might actually work. That makes a lot of sense. So basically, when I was sitting for a while, I would have to re-authenticate, and it would block all the other calls after that. So take a little bit. Yeah.
Feet on fire, I trace the ash. Wild winds howl as echoes crash underneath the full.
Oh, if we run into errors, we just fix it. But if it makes the page load faster, that's kind of nice. That's pretty fast. Yeah, it just replaces that morning brief section with the title and the database, right? What's stored in the database. Remember, do not add any fallbacks. Right, we're doing research here. I'm gonna do it over here. Okay.
The full moon. Take my hand, we'll dance on. Take my hand, we'll
I notice this component here in let me make sure. So if I open the back end and then I run it. Okay, I'm gonna generate this again. While that does that, I'm gonna go grab a coffee and I'm gonna eat a little bit. I'll be right back.
Clock ticking, but I'm good with waiting. Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on edge and that edge feel true. Not yet, but it's breaking through. Filtered whisper, phone dry. Still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Yeah, signs hit, but they don't save me. Could be now. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Phone dry. the sound. Whole world quiet. Clock ticking, but I'm good with waiting. Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on edge and that edge feel true. Not yet, but it's breaking through. Routed whisper, phone dry. Still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Yeah. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Never do. Could be now, yeah. Could be then. Oh no.
Oh, I'm back. So we generated this. We're going to test sending the email, and I kind of thought about what we're going to work on. We're going to work on the landing page. The goal for the landing page here is I really want to make it clear a value prop of this, and I want to make a really cool video. Show you guys what I mean. Let me pull this up here. One sec. So there's this other project. So it's something like this, right? We have a video of the general gist of what you can do very quickly, so someone's understands whether this is something that's going to resonate with them. And I kind of want to put that here, either here or right below. But first we're going to test this real quick. And hey, Quiet, how's it going? Looks like the graphs looks pretty good. Let's see what turns out if TNX spikes. Did TNX spike? Earlier today. Not really sure. Percent 52-week high. I think that's probably true. Yeah, cool. Order turns when volume is below 252 average. Okay.
I can feel it coming up. Something shifting in the dust. Ain't no map, ain't no
I'm gonna verify that this volume number is right. I'm not really sure.
filtered whisper, phone dry. Still I'm on alert. Doors closed.
Is this a volume number right for today, December 23rd?
But they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Oh, no.
I'm asking Gemini here.
Phone dry. Doors closed. Feel the earth, hear the sound.
So many portfolio managers close their books by mid-December to lock in year-end performance bonuses. So generally, there's less volume. Okay. Sounds realistic. Let's see, is this hooked up? No, not quite. Can you go ahead and hook up the Fred data to the... Cool, and I'll send the emails. Can you run the script again?
Silence speaks when the mind's at ease. Been high, been through, been torn, so torn. But daylight's here like it's reborn. Wait, right now, filtered whisper. Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt.
You're not accidentally expose your API keys. I just don't open the API key. I don't open my environment so the way it works, you create an environment file, you hide it in your git ignore, and you just never open it. Because you don't need to. And the way that you can in the code, you're grabbing these variables, but you don't need to actually put it in the code. I'll fix this little small bug here. This is on the My Portfolio page when you switch back and forth. And it disappears for the portfolio page. Okay, I got another email. Let's test it out. We have the title and everything. Nice. So this is the email for today's brief. It's done some weird stuff with the charts. So right now I see some images for the charts. I'm assuming these are fallback images. Double check. I'm actually going to look in Firebase, see if this is what was stored. It is. Regardless, there's some fallback somewhere, or we're either storing something that's weird or making up something. Regardless, our the way we're turning these charts into images is broken at the moment, I think. So first we're going to fix this, right? If we can't get the image, it should just be an error, right? If it doesn't exist in the database, we're not going to show some random image, fallback image. So try to figure out where we're doing that. So that's the first step. The next step is actually fixing the fact that when it converts these to images, it fails.
Silence speaks when the mind's at ease. Been high, been through, been torn, but daylight's here like it's reborn. Fields that whisper.
It's looking good though. TNX did not rise 1 point. What is TNX? It's the 10-year. Maybe this morning it was. Maybe it was updated this morning. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it says it sent another image. Sent another email. Double check. These should be errors, and now we're going to fix the problem where it's converting, how it's converting into images. Great.
Silence speaks when the mind's at ease. Been high, been through, been torn.
I'm testing whether these descriptions match. Let's make sure it's not making up anything. All the data matches. Good. Great. Okay, so now it's just a matter of fixing. So double check my understanding of this. The way this email should work, just reading from the database, getting the image from the right collection. Just clarify that that's what it's doing. It shouldn't be generating any images on the fly. It should be just reading from the database based on what we've saved.
But they don't say when, never do. Could be now, yeah, could be then.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe fix this bug here. Let's try it. That's usually I switch back and forth really quickly. The statistics disappear, and I add one. Oh yeah, that's because this is a bug with the expiry of my token. Which what we should do when the token expires is we just log them out. I will sign back in. We should also increase the expiry. I think it's only an hour, which is not a lot. Wait a second, there's another thing. We'll fix that too. We have to make sure when the token expires that they're completely logged out. So you can see the Sharpe ratio stuff disappeared.
Silent space when the mind's at ease. Been and I've been through, but daylight's
Okay. So that did not fix it. Here's how to repro the bug. Go to portfolio performance, you switch to watchlist performance, then back to portfolio performance. The Sharpe ratio disappears.
phones that whisper, phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, it could be then.
Okay. Pretty sure this slowness is my computer. I kind of wonder. I'm gonna open my activity monitor. Take a look. A lot of it's Actually, I'm not going to do it here.
Silence speaks when the mind's
So yes, this all makes sense. Now what you need to do is find out when we are generating our today's brief in this pipeline here. One of its responsibilities is taking the chart data and actually turning it into an image.
Wait, right now.
Go ahead and create a separate file for this, and we're going to build a bunch of tests. But essentially, at some point in the today's brief, it's going to be after the evaluation step. So it's going to be the step before we actually store. But it's basically it's part of the step where we're storing everything in the database, the final step. We should also store the chart images because that's what we're going to use for the emails and other places as well. We're going to use that. But create a separate file for it. I think we already have some logic for it somewhere, so go ahead and find that first and do that before continuing. I'm going to use this to figure out my slowness. Any idea what this kernel task is in my activity monitor? Is it related to cloud code? It uses like 92%. $669 threads. macOS kernel itself. Why is there so many? Why is it 200%? Oh, and your Mac gets too hot. About Node.
But it's breaking through. Filtered whisper. Phone dry. Still I'm on alert. On alert. Doors closed. But I'm past the hurt. Signs here, but they don't say when. Never do.
Okay, cool. I am quitting some things. Great.
Hear the sound.
I had some like background node process running for weeks, but it's weird. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I started my computer at some point, but probably just some. This should be shut down, I assume. Nice.
Sky's been gray.
Does it really still work even though I shut it down?
Still
Interesting.
feel elated. Been on edge. And that edge feel true. Not yet. Not yet. But it's breaking through. Wait right now. Phone dry. Still I'm on alert. Doors
Okay, so it already made the changes, so I'm gonna take a look what it did.
but I'm past the hurt, yeah. Signs here, but they don't say when. Never do. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Oh no. Phone fly. Doors closed.
That makes sense, actually. Where are you actually generating the chart image? I don't see you using the matplotlib library, so how are you even doing it?
Feel elated. Been on edge. And that edge feel true. Not yet, not yet. But it's breaking through. Wait right now. Filtered whisper. Phone dry. Still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit.
All right, I'm changing something. So how does this work? Can you go ahead and build a few tests for this? So the way that I want you to do this, take a look at some of the insights tests, and you can look at it with this file. So go look at that file, look at the tests for the insights. I want you to make tests that are like 3 to 4 that are just like running these questions, and then actually creating an image, and then store it in Firebase, so the full flow, and put it under a tests collection. It should use the same functions that you've created. You broke it. I'm not breaking things. I discard it, probably. Probably discard a lot of these things. Not very good. Okay, I'm gonna look in the database, see if it has successfully made some cool images, and then we will know it's working somewhat. Interesting. The mobile doesn't work. Ooh, I like that loading. It's cool. Wait a second. I think I might know what's going on here. I discard this. I actually think I might know what's going on. It might be because, did we disable scrolling on this page? Maybe it's just below the page. Like it actually still there. It's just like when we switch to somehow it's rendered off. See if this works. Still works. Okay, so broke that at some point. Let me try asking in the research tab. Might be because we made a code change while it was running. It's possible. A equal slash. It's going. Some chicken. Yeah. I guess there were 8,000. Oh, it worked. Okay, cool. Returns. Oh. Projects. Market data. Let's see if it stored it. Looks like no. Good. Admin settings. Okay, cool. So now we have more data. I'm going to ask a new question. How's everyone doing? Some people here. And I'm adding in new data. Interesting. Wait, what's this line here? That's not right. Look at the script because it doesn't make sense. After 2 weeks. Do you have any idea what happened to this? You see on the line there, looks like the S&P benchmark line is like way in the wrong place. Any idea? I see, that makes sense. So it's a labeling issue. Oh, it's hard-coded. That's an easy fix. Cool. Yeah, that's great. Looks right to me. I will run it again to double check. So it's kind of fun, right? Okay, 52-week high. You know, it's not really what you expect. You expect, hey, I invest while it's cheap. Better returns, but not necessarily, obviously. Depends on the company and the situation. It's kind of fun. So, I mean, you can conclude maybe a bit, assuming this data looks roughly right. You can conclude, according to the history, you look at a company, you could say, okay, well, statistically, choosing neither the high or the low would have been optimal. So something in between. Okay. Maybe we could test that. When I don't know if there's a term for that. Isn't this kind of cool though? Like, okay, you know, it's just interesting to know. It's not predictive, but it's just interesting to know, hey, it's actually better to buy in theory, historically with this company, I would have been better off if I just bought when it was somewhere in between the 52-week low and 52-week high. If I chose to buy at the 52-week low, the forward returns were bad, and the high was also bad. But if I just did somewhere in between, again, not predictive, doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's just interesting. Anyways, people are dumb enough; they aren't going to write questions like that to an AI. Right, you're right. We should help them and guide them. What kinds of questions would be good? I think that you're exactly right. As far as like, I know what to write because I wrote. We wrote the code, I guess. So we give them a series of examples, and then they can just click. Click. Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, so this part of the platform, it's not really for probably a new user. This is probably for kind of an intermediate to advanced retail investor who's interested in data, something in between. Let's see, I forgot. Do we have data to? I don't think we have. Seen a couple times on YouTube what you're building. AI coding tools and why. We're bringing in a newsletter, financial newsletter. It gives you data morning and evening based on your portfolio and your preferences. So you go in your preferences, you can fill out what kinds of things you're interested in. This is the kind of stuff we're generating for them. We have lots of charts. And then it sends them an email as well. And then they can do research and also track their portfolio. And why are we doing it? I think it'd be a useful tool, and we're going to try to sell it. It's kind of like figuring out if we can make a business in this way, the way that we have it, right? Yeah, that's the general idea. I'm not going to invest the time to bring in all this stuff because we're switching anyway from my finance, so I won't really worry with it for the moment. But it could be cool once we do. I'm going to ask a few more questions because I'm curious. Okay, so 1 year, 3 year. Nice. So we can get all the data we need. It's going to be so cool. We're going to have so much raw. Once we get it, I just need to send some emails and get good pricing. I'll do it today. In emails. But no one will respond over Christmas. Oh, it actually, that's awesome. Okay. This works so well. I wanted a line chart though, so I'm going to ask it for a line chart. Thanks, JQS. Yep, definitely agree on the security aspect here. Very important. I've been investing time into getting it right. You'll notice it's not up yet, and that's partly because I want to make sure everything is really, really good before people can do this. I mean, I'm having fun with it, so if I'm having fun with it, some other people probably will too. I'm going to show some demos, probably. Nice. Okay, we should make the second line more visible. Really? The 5-year is 0? That's not right, right? Maybe it's we don't have enough data for the 5-year. There's probably 0 occurrences. It's the 52-week low for both of them. Interesting. For 5 years. Because they are kind of newer companies. I think specifically with Grab, probably. We just need to fix the colors on this one, I think. Other than that. Oh, let's make it a table. Let's see what happens then. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if I can do a table. I don't think we made it so you could do comparisons. You think it? Thanks, man. Yeah. So right now it's just a website, not an app. But it is mobile friendly. So well, it's supposed to be. It's not yet. There's some bugs for sure on the mobile, but we will focus on it later. Right now, I'm kind of just experimenting with the app. This technically, I think, worked. It's just for the table, we have to make sure to label which one is which. So it needs to say which one is Grab and which one is SE, and then it would technically be right, I think. So we should just make these labels dynamic, because right now I don't think they are. Hey, Droid Jam, how's it going? Strangeness. I don't know what happened here. But whatever happened, we're going to discard the changes, or it has broke it. So let's see. It's not this. What else did it change? Test brief. Sorry. I'm gonna look up in the code where it says test summary. understand when it would even show that. Oh, I see. This is from our tests. So we ran a test. I think I see what happened. So we built all these tests, and it overwrote our in the actual production database. It overwrote our stuff, which we definitely do not want with our tests to do. Should be creating a separate folder. But that said, I will look in the database because we were testing something about whether it's correctly storing the image. Looks like it generated one, so I will check. Yeah, it's storing it right. I'll just tell it not to do this when it's done. So with the tests you ran, you somehow overwrote our today's brief. When we're doing our testing, we need to make sure not to overwrite the production database. So there should be some way to turn on. I think we already have like some flag there for saving. So you should like turn off the saving part and you do it yourself in the test. So that way you can save it somewhere else. That said, I think I'm going to go ahead and commit. We're going to test this. Yes, don't do that. This maybe works. I will rerun. So I'm going to commit though. Updates, risky. And then I'm going to rerun the, make sure it works when I regenerate this. If it doesn't, then I will undo that last commit and we will fix it. Yes. Working just like you. Nice. That's fun. What can be use case of trading app for trading noobs like me? I think maybe you could use like, we do have the AI kind of hooked up here, so maybe it would help like you get your news here, you come look, you ask questions, and then I'll show you we have tons of data. So when we go down here, you could go into here and learn about different things, different concepts. We have an AI summary. With that said, I'm not sure how accessible this really is. Like, I'm not really sure we're making it super fun for new users. Maybe we can investigate other ways to. And I think I know what would help is if I actually watch people use this, right? Like, it's one thing to show people, it's one thing to maybe get feedback, but if I watch some people play around with this, then I'll get a better idea of what is wrong with it. I'll probably, for Christmas, I'll ask some of my family, like, hey, what do you think? You try this? And I'll watch them. Something like this. Send it to a few people, maybe. BBL. Oh, thanks. Oh, sounds good. Brain rot. Yes. I do that too. At night. not a range band, but line chart. I want to see if it can do the other type of line chart. I know a user would never ask that. Oh, whoops, I forgot to. Just curious if I can trigger it.
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Darkness black, you can be found.
So right now, I'm testing this because I want the third type of line chart. But it will take a little bit.
Wait right now. Wait right now.
Okay, we got an error. I'll check out what happened. On the road, not vibing. Just saw a vid on cloud. Design. That skill feature. Do you use it? Oh, so right now we're not using the cloud skill feature, but definitely worth investigating, I think. It's kind of on our list. We have this like giant list of like stuff to try. But maybe we take a day to just do all that. One of them is Archon. Archon might be cool. Maybe I set it up today or tomorrow. We'll see. All right, so I'm gonna plug this script in, get the error. And understand what has happened. Fortunately, our logs were polluted because we are doing something else at the same time. Hey, saw dude. How's it going? How's it going, Kai? Yeah, exactly. Very important. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask this question again because our logs were polluted. I do not have them anymore. Okay, cool. I wait. One of them is Minecraft mods. Yes, we need a day for Minecraft mods. That way I can play Minecraft music the whole stream. And maybe we do that soon, actually, because that sounds like a lot of fun. Hey, we could say like it's part of this series because you can technically sell it, but we won't tell anyone that it's just because we want to do it, and it's not too serious. Playing some different music.
Feel the earth, hear the sound.
Hey, Senzi. Working on it's like a financial newsletter where you can do research. It's customized to you, your portfolio, your investment style, so the type of investor you are. So it's giving you a overview on things you should care about, and it's giving you cool charts, analysis, but you can generate your own. It's like one of the premium features. I'll show you an example. Right now we found a bug, but you can say these types of questions. You can iterate on these charts. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of what we're building. And this AI is tuned to you. So your portfolio preferences. So you can try to, build a risk matrix or something and ideate and get cool data and attach data that we have collected. Here we go. Okay. We got the error, and we have the question, and we have the script. Those are the 3 requirements. Figure out what's going on. I asked the question. I was basically requesting a very specific type of chart that we have, because I wanted to try to make it work with this question. Can you help identify why we couldn't use this chart? We have some other projects in the description, but just note that a lot of them are not finished. That's sort of like things that we might finish. But this is probably the closest here that we got for something commercial. Everything's hooked up stripe-wise and everything. I think it's probably a few days, maybe 3 to 4 days away before we release, I would say. Or like just have it open, available. Maybe a little bit longer, but somewhere around this range of time. Can you explain? Is this an LLM failure for these periods? Any way we can improve our interface prompts for this, or what specifically caused the problem? It's true, but Jacob, even now, you think? I mean, it's been. Is it really still possible these days to do that? Wait, let's look that up. Actually. Can't really conclude much on that. It's time for perplexity. I'll do the old-fashioned Google search. Oh, what the hell? Wait, that's crazy. It's actually way bigger than it used to be. I didn't even realize that. Do you know the guy who sold, really? Huh. Interesting. No, I didn't. So, I guess that just shows you. Ah, I know why. I gotta sign out, sign back in. You gotta fix that bug. That's annoying. There we go. So that's why it was showing the test brief, because my token expired. So Boeing returns after 65% rally. So forward returns when Boeing trades 65. So we're just going to verify that it is. But okay, yep, that's right. I was a developer, but I'm interested tangentially in this stuff. So the benchmark is the S&P. But just know none of this stuff is predictive. It's all just informational. It's just like here's some interesting information. That's all it is. We're pretty clear. It's like this is just what history is saying. Like what happened in the past. It doesn't mean that's going to happen going forward. That's nice to know. Sometimes you can draw something. Maybe go all in. Oh my god. Dude, that'd be so fun. I don't know what the point of this is. This chart broke, so I'm interested to see what happened. Oh, it's the histogram. Histogram always breaks, so I don't know, maybe just remove it. Just... So some of these errors that we get, it's because we're using the Flash model, right? If we switch it to Pro, I'm pretty interested to see if it's able to get this right. Transfer, we're using 2.5 Pro, but let's see. Same journey. As you know, I just started a vibe and do have one question. All vibes should fear. I'm on the same journey like you, and I'm doing stuff like this. I mean, there is something about that that's a little strange. I'll change the song. All right, and then we'll try to fix the histogram. Because I do like it when it does work. It is cool, actually. Okay, so probably the same problem. So that's even with the Pro model. Is this another LLM problem, or what do you think happened here? And we'll simultaneously we'll work on the histogram. I'm gonna go grab the question from the database. Also, I'm gonna see if we fix the images. That was kind of an important. Okay, yeah, it's all right. Many things to. So I'm gonna run the histogram question myself in the research panel just to see if it's going to fail in the same way that it does when we went through the brief area. Oh, that could be. Oh, interesting. So it probably failed maybe because we used. Oh, Grab doesn't even exist 5 years ago as an IPO'd company, so it's kind of our fault a little bit. Hey, this actually worked. The same question, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so there's a few things we need to check here. Number one, if I ask this and I don't ask it in a dumb way, I say 1, 2 year, 3 year, will it work? And then we're using the flash, so before it failed for a particular reason. And then we want to know why would this have worked, but not with the today's brief. It's probably just one of those probabilistic errors because we're using the flash model, and it's not very good sometimes, and it does some dumb things. But we have the script so that it made. So I'm going to grab it. Hey, thanks, Sebastian. So here's the script that's generated for today's brief. Here's the question. I actually ran this on the research panel in the chat, and it worked. So therefore, something happened with the LM generation. Create VC. If you'd like, you can add me on LinkedIn if you're interested. Yeah, let me know. Send it. That goes for anyone else too. If you guys are reach out if you want, I suppose. 1 second. Or you could join our Discord if you want to do that. Not everyone has Discord. So run this research panel and it works. can you double check? Is this a Flash model problem? Okay, so same sort of deal. Let's check the scripts. Okay, so it appears we don't support days was what it was saying, but let's double check. If so, we can do that because the other ones we do. So the way this works is like some charts that we've made, they're slot based. So you just kind of like put in, but some charts are kind of using the outdated way. So we need to move them all to be more customizable for the labels, I guess. Vibe code your way through. I'm making a new one because I don't want to mess with that. Please analyze the script. It believes that histogram did work. So a little bit of confusion. Already pasted that. It appears for multi-asset like line chart, we're not supporting days. Can we take a check at that? Have you? Exactly. I'm actually, so I feel exactly the same way. It's a little embarrassing. It's the term, like the term. They gotta work on the. There needs to be something in between. So the multi asset line depends on the days. Depends on the years I meant. But can't take in days. This is what we believe to be true. Can you double check? I think one thing when you're going here and you're trying to click, this still is not, the economic calendar still is not hooked up. Professional vibe coder. Yeah. Well, I remember people used to say that people would change their titles to be prompt engineers. That didn't pan out. Yes. At least prompt engineering has the name engineer. Okay, I could see what like prompt engineer. AI engineer. Actually, I know a few people that do that. Yeah, so it's that's a better one. Yeah, I think that's probably what I do. Instead of or maybe vibe coding engineer. This is stupid. Hmm. What I'm trying to understand is why the evaluator and validation step doesn't catch these problems. Because it does go through this kind of two-step process afterwards where it passes in the image. But this is only for this article, where it passes in the image of what we generated, and it should come back with, hey, there's no data. And then it shouldn't show it even. So I'm trying to figure out what happened there. And then we should build tests first, so then we don't have that again. The general idea behind the evaluator is that it should be able to weed these scenarios out. So let's try to understand. Oh, thanks, man. So what I do for the design, I'm not very good at designing, but we go into AI Studio and we just iterate. And so if you go to the prior streams, I doubt you'll watch all of them. But if you just kind of like click through, you'll see like we didn't really have a very good today's brief, and we acknowledge this. We're like, hey, this is like the spacing's all weird and everything. So using Gemini 3 is very helpful, and just kind of keep iterating, fixing each problem, kind of just plugging away. And eventually we got looking kind of what we were thinking, so it's good. I haven't tried Codex. It's on our giant list of like stuff we need to do. But I looked at the LM Arena for Codex. It's not as high, so I don't know. But it seems like a lot of people are recommending it, so maybe it's good for certain things. Okay, we can actually remove this because that's a different issue. Yeah, Cloud Code has been really good. I agree. Okay, that's actually good. That's kind of what we want. Take a look at some providing some examples. Do you see how we are supporting more and more time units? Can you clarify for each we're going to make a document? in doc/bug/time unit discrepancies slash info. We need to go through each and look at what each helper, which time units it supports, because we want to make these all very consistent. And eventually we're going to have to actually put this in the... So that way the LLM knows when choosing which time units we can actually choose for each helper. Cursor, I kind of hit the rate limits pretty quickly usually. The dude bridge, something said, oh, interesting. Okay, worth exploring codecs maybe then. When it comes to configuration setup, hide the results to codecs Gemini for cloud. Oh, interesting. Okay, thanks guys. I'll check it out then. Worth investigating. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. So in our prompt to the LLM for evaluator, we don't actually say don't use charts that display error messages. So it might be choosing, it might be saying, hey, it's clear and easy to understand. It's possible. So let's fix the stage 3. I just do stage 3 for now. Not really sure about stage 2. Let me look. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Let's fix both, but before I do that, I'm going to commit to anything. Okay, we're good. Okay, so this is for the histogram. Hopefully our histogram will from now on work. This is the histogram. Change the colors. We kind of want them to all be this blue, this dark blue, light blue thing. Okay, we're creating this document here that we're going to review. So we were using this multi-asset returns. And it looks like we only support daily time units for that. So that's the problem. That explains why the LLM kept trying to put days, but I'm curious why it didn't work. Marketing this other than YouTube. We're going to try marketing on Twitter. So we have a Twitter. I'll show you. We're getting more and more interesting charts. And we have an admin panel where we kind of post our tweets. on this page, but the idea is we're gonna use this. We're gonna use Hacker News. We're gonna post on Product Hunt and all these things so that we've collected kind of a list of how we're going to. We're just gonna try a bunch of things. I don't know if it'll work or not. We will try. YouTube obviously helps a little bit. It seems like some finance people join sometimes, which is cool. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need hours. We could do quarters. I think we probably will. But despite all this, there's I don't really understand this part, so I'm gonna ask questions. So supposedly this helper function takes daily information. It looks like the LLM used daily. However, we're getting the error. In this case, it didn't. However, the prior ones it did. Looks like it always used. There was one time I guess it used days. Oh, okay, wait. If I ask this in days, is it going to work? It might actually. If that's the case, then I will be somewhat happy because that shouldn't be too hard to fix. So 30 days, 60 days, and then 180 days. You guys might wonder this question. No one will ask this, but we're just asking this for testing because we want to hit a certain chart. Because of the other charts work, so we just want the line chart. Now, as for the actual histogram error itself, what do you think happened? Do you see the script still? Before you continue, show me this. Try to understand what happened. Is this a custom deep research agent, or have you used... a long time ago, I tried Longchain, but I haven't tried it any time in the last few years. Is it any good? Have you tried it? I notice this one takes a lot longer to process. Oh, I see. So it's saying the question is extremely rare. Oh, so I got an error here. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Just wondering, since a lot of these frameworks, companies have posted stuff regarding designing deep research agents. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, let's go ahead and add this documentation. Might help a little bit. The way this works is we kind of provide a little interface of how we create this little library for the LLM, but sometimes it calls it the wrong way. These are just tests, and for this section, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade. Maybe they fixed the thing with the, sometimes I can't attach the files. Good look, but I'm just gonna. So right now, I'll take a look at these two components. There we go. So it's these two. The current data or the Fred data that we're collecting, we want to hook up this component to also display it. It's just a display issue. It's the economic calendar. First diagnose why it's not currently displaying, because I believe we added some stuff to try to make it display, and then come back to me and we'll talk about it. That's making a change to, this is what we pass into the LLM for how to call our little library. The reason it has to be strings is because they're part of the labels. That might work. Worth a shot. I'm gonna run it while it goes because oh, I'll just wait. How's it going? UNG, working on it's a research tool. You get your newsletter for it's like financial news, and you can track your portfolio, watch list, portfolio, get lots of good stats like Sharpe ratio and everything else. So you go to your portfolio, enter all your stuff. You can zoom in, get the Sharpe ratio for specific regions. You can export it all to Excel. Which we're going to make that really cool, all the stuff that we'll have there. And you can generate lots of cool data. So right now we're working on a bug, but like you can say, hey, you're kind of wondering what are the returns when a certain company hits a 52-week low, and you can get the forward returns compared to the any day. And you can ask all sorts of questions. We have tons of charts. I can show you a lot of them. This is like, you can ask mobile app data. How does Apple return after Chinese companies go down 10%? And then it shows you the forward returns. And it's all real, so it's doing analysis on historical data. I mean, it's real in the sense that it's running scripts on historical data. It's not like it can't have errors, right? So that's an important part about this is like, you should validate, you know what I mean? So, but after that, you know, you understand that they could have errors. It's pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, we're getting there. So you guys know, the biggest portion of effort has been this chart stuff. It was just an enormous amount of time. I mean, I guess not that enormous when you think about it, like the scale of how long you can work on something. But as far as like the project so far, probably 50% of it is just working on the charts and trying to get it to work and making sure everything is accurate and things like this. Thanks, man. Oh, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Right now we're working on a bug. So we're going to run this question again. It's specific to our comparing two companies with the multi-line chart. And I'm asking this next part, can I get a line chart? So that way it chooses, because you can actually choose the type of chart you want. So for all this data, no matter what you get, you can always say, I'd like a table instead. I like this, I like that. And it will modify it. And it's pretty fast because we're using the Flash model. So I'll show an example here, but first I'm gonna let it finish the changes to our interface. We're telling the LLM to stop passing in integers to some of our functions because we need it for the labels that it passes in strings. So we have a little interface that we pass into it. We say, hey, this is how it works. This is how you call our functions. And yeah, so now we're just being a little more explicit because it will make mistakes sometimes and cause errors. Mobile app coming soon. Right now you can use the site on mobile. It's reasonably good. Oh, it's not deployed yet, so you can't yet, but this is what it will look like on mobile. So some collapsible menu. And this is the portfolio page on mobile. Clearly not very good, so we need to work on that. But the today's brief is much better, I think. It just how long are you doing coding? I've been coding for 8 years, or maybe longer, 10 years, because I started with Minecraft plugins, and then I went to college and I graduated in CS, and then I worked as an engineer for about 4 years. And now I'm doing this, and it's a lot of fun. As for if your question was how long I'm doing this, I'm gonna do it for a long time, because I want to see if we can build something that could allow me to just do this, because I really like this and it's a lot of fun. I think we're good. I don't think we need to change literally every value on this doc. Okay, why not? Let's go ahead and try this question again. And then we'll usually write tests once we fix a bug. That way we don't break it in the future. But we're going to validate that we fixed it first. This one I think takes a little bit because it seems like there's a lot of data points. Like, as it's running a script to get every 52-week low for both grab and C limited. So if there's a lot of data points, like 8,000 or something, it's going to take a long time. But if it's like in the few hundred range, it usually runs probably like 6-7 seconds, which is pretty good. Tender what you do. I use Cloud Code here, so you can just download Cloud Code. I wouldn't use their API for the Cloud Code though, because it gets really expensive. So I'd recommend, if you're going to use it, probably use the subscription. Okay, so we got the error. Let's go ahead and take a look what happened this time. I wonder if it shows the days again. It turned empty data. You know what I'm thinking? I'm going to double check that we can use this chart. So we're getting this error with this question. I'm starting to think, can you double check me on this? I'm thinking this chart type makes sense for what I'm doing. Because I was thinking it's going to be like one of those spaghetti line charts where you have like a ton of lines. But I think maybe, did we never hook it up to have like comparisons with the spaghetti line chart? I'm not sure we ever did, in which case it might be kind of weird. So I'll show you guys with the spaghetti line chart. It's my favorite chart that we have. That's why I want to make it. Here it is. It's this one, right? So I wanted to have it so we could... Right, it doesn't really make sense, right? How would you do a comparison of two companies with this chart? This is a one company kind of question, right? How would you do two? How did you transition from IDE to pure agents and CLI? Let me open this more so I can see you. I'm in a similar boat. Did SWE for 7 years. Cool. It's hard for me to fully... Yeah, that's for sure. I can tell you my strategy. Does Cloud Code burn a lot of money? Currently use Google's AI Dev Console. I'd recommend the subscription for Cloud Code. Otherwise, yeah, it'll burn a lot. Yeah, exactly. So I'll tell you my strategy. I totally agree. It's a little bit hard to trust it, and it can be a little bit of a frustrating process at times when you're working on something with a lot of moving parts, a shared component with a lot of things touching it. That's probably the worst time. My process is I make these documents. I think if you guys heard of that BMAD idea, it's something like that, but it's more like I'm reviewing the document instead of sending it to the AI to review. But it's like I review it, I double check it, and then I keep correcting it, and I'll usually say, hey, we're not doing this. And then I have phases. So we go through and we implement step 1, step 2, step 3. It's a little bit of a grind, but it's much better. I mean, it's faster. With that said, though, you do have to take it a little bit slow and you need to make sure you have everything on the document. Because if you leave out stuff like you don't say, hey, this file uses this, and you don't need to do this for everything, but when you're making a change that's like 15 to 20 files are all interacting together, that's where it just won't work unless you have to build these things, and then so that's my process. Some people like to use AI a little differently though. Some people like to just use it for autofill. So yeah, I think they're both valid, and I think maybe the autofill, if you can get a good process for that, it might be a little bit less frustrating sometimes, because you really will understand the code with the like if you're writing it and you're just filling a function, you're going to have a very good understanding of what's going on. Yeah. At the beginning, I was paying $100 a month for the Cloud Code subscription, and that was pretty damn good. Like I could go 7 hours, and usually not run into any problems because they have a 5-hour rolling window. But with that said, I decided to upgrade because I'm doing this, I'm serious, and I just got a little bit annoyed because I'd hit it like every 3 days or so. I'd hit the 5 hour and then I'd have to go use another. So I am doing the $200 one. But as far as like that being strictly necessary, it might not be for you, depending on how much context and stuff you're sending. Yep. Should I begin with iOS or Android? I found that unless you're just talking about learning that's totally cool. But I found that AI is not very good at native developments. We tried it on the stream at the beginning, and it was kind of, some of the UI it generated for Swift was pretty bad. But yeah. So you spec kit, spec driven dev. Okay, cool. Add that to our list here. Yeah, I agree. At some point with the black box where you're just like not really understanding, you're going to run into a wall for the harder stuff. For the UI stuff, I'm a little more comfortable not knowing every little thing, but sometimes that can bite you in the butt too. you get a lot of bugs and you have to rewrite it, for example. Also, another thing is versioning. AI choose outdated versions of libraries and things like that. That's very bad at that. So you always have to validate those things. Anyways, back to the bugs. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So it's exactly what we said. We're trying to use a chart that actually doesn't make sense for the question. So it's actually my fault here. I'm probably going to revert some of the changes we've just done. Like I said, I was trying to use this spaghetti chart, but you can't really do a comparison with that chart. It doesn't make sense. So this is kind of the correct behavior, I guess. Someone tries to do that. Granted, why is it called multi-asset data? Let me look at the charts again. Okay, I think I need to read this document. Hold on. I'm going to go to the interface. Because this has all of our helper functions to the chart types, so I can understand a little better. So this is the multi-line chart. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. The spaghetti line chart is called recovery path. That's the recovery path chart. The multi-line is something different. The multi-line is this one. I'll just ask the question to trigger the multi-line, which is INTC versus AMD correlation. And we will get probably the multi-line. No. It's a different type of question, actually. It's compare INTC to AMD historically. You pay a max of $20 on AI tools for tape between. Yeah, that's a good that's a good way to get your value. Okay, so this is the multi-line chart. Oh, okay. I think I understand. So this is the multi-line chart, right? But what am I asking in here? I'm asking compare 1 year, 2 year, 3 year returns. It goes to the multi-line, but what does that mean for a multi-line chart to compare the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year returns? There's one time period. So let's try asking it the right way. Maybe we can guide the user a little bit. So if I say compare 3 year returns of grab versus C limited when they hit the 52-week low, maybe this will work actually. Should take the average and then make a line. I should ask a example question that doesn't take so long. Let me check if we still need all the things that we did. Because we might not need this if what we said is true. We should probably provide some feedback for the user too, so they kind of know how close are we. Okay, I see. The reason why it's taking a long time, when it goes through this validation step, it's running a few times and it's failing. So you see we kind of do this iterative process where we try to correct anything that's broken, but sometimes it doesn't work. Cool. Oh, this time it shows the recovery paths chart. So, yeah, that wouldn't work. That's the one we were talking about, the spaghetti one. So we don't even need to ask, because in that case, we know what happened. The LM just chose the wrong thing. I will help it a little bit. I just want to see that works first. It's probably going to run quicker when it doesn't error out though, so I'll just monitor. Oh, the bridge mine. Yeah. Yeah, he's I like his stuff. He made some. I tried it. The view creator is pretty cool. It's got a lot of tools. Yeah. I think a lot of people will come here and mention him, so probably the same pathway for a lot of folks. So this is clearly not working still. We'll see what the error is on this one. Doesn't work for now. We'll maybe just make a doc about what the root cause is here, and we'll come back to it later. And then we'll work on some other things. The main thing we're going to work on next is... okay, I'm going to look on Fiverr real quick. Okay, so I shared this earlier, but I kind of wanted to make a video like this on our landing page. So, where we give a very quick overview of what you can do, right? Because imagine you have a chat like this, you send it, zooms in, sends, and then the chart generates. And then it's going to show us some other parts of the site, like today's brief and the preferences. Very quickly go through everything. And that'll be like right here or under one of these two places. And, but to do that, I guess I could do the editing. Doesn't look that hard, I guess. Isn't there, I think there's a software program you can install to do that zoom and this kind of thing, right? Yeah, that's not too hard editing, so maybe I'll just download that real quick. What's the program? Zooming and presentations. Videos, streams. Wait, OBS has zooming and stuff? Oh, dynamic zoom. Oh, okay, that means I already have it. Well, in that case. Gross. Oh, you don't like it, Marcus? Maybe you're right. Wait, is it gross? I mean, okay, so what's the idea behind it? The idea is like we want to show the value of it real quick, so we have a video of how it works. I was thinking that could be good because then people could see the value pretty quickly. But maybe you're thinking it's a little bit cliche. Maybe. Yeah, definitely let me know what you think. I'm actually curious. Yeah. I guess you guys might be right. The target audience is sort of a professional or a kind of like a mid-level to advanced retail investor. So maybe, I think you guys might be right. You're thinking, hey, this video, it's a little bit too salesy. I just want something to differentiate the landing page a little bit in the sense that it's showing the value very quickly of what you can do. So you don't have to sign up. You can just see, hey, this is what these little blips here don't really capture very well that you can actually generate the charts. And it's hard to do that with just like a screenshot, or even just text explaining it. That's why I was thinking a video would make sense. But maybe I should think about, maybe the one I just showed was a little bit too salesy and there's like a way to do it that's like professional. We just need to think about or find an example of it online. So I haven't seen one of those because we did look at some competitors and stuff. I haven't seen one that is doing a video. So maybe I'll reconsider. I think we should remove this save. Doesn't do anything. Moment. Oh, I'm just gonna remove that real quick. In the title component here, we're going to remove the save icon for now. Just have the share. Based on what we've talked about, do you think this question would work with the multi-line? Oh, this question wouldn't work either. Couldn't you build an average line for both? Or you're saying it's not supported? Let's see what else then. Okay, we did this, so I'll cross this out. All right, we were working on the images because we need that for the email. The images are a little wacky. Create a new doc. We'll review it later. We're not going to do it now. Now we're going to work on our images. I'm going to add a button. We don't already have it. Bottom. So in the admin tools section, not very much, Habib. It's in the bio description stuff, though, if you want to read more. We're going to add a new button that's going to be called Save Charts to DB. The way this works is it's going to use functions so annoying. There's this bug with Cloud Code where you can't attach the file. If you've been working the way this works, we're going to use the functions in today's brief v2 to generate the chart image. This is going to be for us to test, and it should save it under a new folder. It's going to be called test charts. So a new collection in our Firebase. We built a bunch of tests for this, but and it works. But I just want to test it myself a little bit too, because I don't want to regenerate today's brief because it takes a long time, because it's got to make all these questions. So just test it myself a little bit, and then we'll run it. This is creating our doc that we're going to refer to later. Okay, removed our bookmark icon. Good. So I'm going to commit that. Plan. Discard this. Or not share, I meant to put save. That's fine. But we do have an old landing page, right? Like, it doesn't really match our styles. You know, we've redesigned the site, sort of. So we're probably going to redesign it anyway. We talked about earlier that video. Maybe I won't have that, because it seems like... I get what people are saying. It's maybe a little bit too something. Too cliche or something. Maybe it doesn't fit the vibe totally to have a video for how it works somewhere. But that said, we definitely should redesign it. I'm going to bring it to AI Studio to do that. That's where we like to do our design. So I will send 2 images. Thinking that video would be better as just a standalone marketing video. I think you might be right. And maybe we make a demo page or something, right? Where it's like, hey, this is how it works, but like, yeah. Regardless, though, I do want to make it look a little bit more, I mean, same fonts and everything, like a respectable site. It's kind of the vibe. Credible. And so I'm going to attach the target user to the, so right now I'm putting it in Gemini. This is where we do kind of like iterate and figure out the design first. And then once we get it right, oh, right. I forgot something I wanted to do today, which I'm going to do right now. It was yesterday we designed a cool sidebar thing where you can navigate around. We did a couple different versions. One of them was like a slingshot. I'll show you guys. Let me pull it up here. Yes. No way. Yeah, so yesterday like for a long time, I could not get this idea to work, right? And I had given up. I had totally given up that we were going to get it. And I sent one prompt before we left, or before I left. And apparently that one worked because look, this was the idea. It's like you click it, expand, you let go. It's not perfect yet, but I just could not get the animation working. So that's kind of cool. It's still a little finicky though, but worth invest. So this is one version of what this could be. There was another one we did where it's like a slingshot where you click, drag, and there's a line. I saved that one, but I'm going to save this for, so we have 3 versions now, what this could look like. Let me put this in my, in our projects here, I kind of just put a section where we put all of our designs. So here, I'm gonna first animation, sidebar animation. Cool. So I'm going to delete the old ones. We already did this, so I'm deleting this. This was for our Fred data page, which we have now. It's this thing. So we designed this in AI Studio. This idea of collections. We have a bunch of folders and stuff, and kind of fun. So I delete it when I'm done with it. This, I believe, is the slingshot, if I remember correctly. I will do a sidebar slingshot. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we saved. Oh yeah, we did. It's this one. This is the kind of default sidebar idea. It's more similar to some other sites. Hey, thanks, Miltosh. I'm gonna do the default one for now until we figure out, until we get that thing really working well, that new one. I don't even know what to call it, expand or something. Sidebar, expand. It's not really a sidebar, but whatever you call it. So now what I do, I am going to clear and bring that in. But I'm going to leave because it's broken. I gotta restart it. I can't attach files. Do you see, we're going to add the navigation bar. It's not really a navigation bar. It's kind of like you can skip around on the page to the important headings. First, before you continue, can you find this in this project and let me know your understanding? It's on the today's brief page. Yeah, do you see the thing on the left that exists? It kind of looks like this. Interesting. I don't. If it doesn't see it, maybe it was this one. What about this one? That one might be the one. That's why you should delete the old ones, so that way we can. It's looking at the other projects, which we didn't really want to look at. Might have to restore on the AI Studio. Yeah, I'll just restore. All right, before I work on that, I'm going to restore it so I can get the old one. We have 3 versions. And I apparently lost the first version. So where is it? Oh, that's way before. Okay, yeah. So there's a problem. Yeah. Every 8 hours every day thus far. Okay, we're close. I think it was right before this. Looks like if you leave it for a while, they remove the restore, so I can't actually go back, sadly. Oh well. I'm pretty sure it is somewhere though on the project.
Filtered whisper.
I didn't delete it, right? I guess we could always open up and check for ourselves. We could do that. Give for a year, it'll make you into a genius. It develops a complete AI native. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot in a year if you put a lot of time into something. What is it, like the 10,000 hour rule? Yeah, if you get that, let's see, if you do 10 hours a day. Okay, even if you do 10 hours a day, you technically wouldn't hit that. But if you did it for years, then you should be an expert. Who knows if this is true? But there's definitely something to be said about that.
In a realm where hearts entwine, a kingdom of love.
Oh well, I guess we're stuck with this one, which I'm not too unhappy about. I think this one is pretty good. So we're going to work on this for a little while to try to make this perfect as we can get. I don't really know how this will work on mobile though. I think you can't really do this design on mobile. Number one, it is a little bit finicky as far as like not every single time I click it and I have the mouse down, is it expanding? Number two, whenever you're hovering over a certain one, it should the little bubble should be turned dark, right? So it should become filled, that circle as well. And let's do that first. We're not really getting rich. Do not be deceived. We are mostly chilling, and we're working on projects, so it's nothing too crazy. But we're not. We're not. Despite what the title might seem, we're kind of not really speed running it, if that makes sense. Nice, much more responsive already. Perfect. Oh yes, that's perfect. What do you guys think of this? I think the only thing is like the bounce there that it does is a little bit too much, right? Like it should be just like really a little bit, that's a very slight amount. And then I think it's actually pretty good. Make the bounce of the accordion of that, I'm not gonna say that, after release a little bit less on the lines. That should be subtle. But with that said, I'm paranoid, so I'm going to download it. Last time I lost it, apparently. Wait, now that I think about it, the old default version is definitely in my downloads somewhere, because there's no way, with my personality, I did not download it when it was at a good state. So it's somewhere there. I'll go find it later. Did you go before AI? Yeah. But AI, see if... Nice. Yeah. I'll probably try as well. But I'm not really expecting anything. The application is not too hard though, so I don't see why not to do it. Okay. Seems like worth the effort. Very bouncy. This doesn't really do much yet, but once we get the article, it's going to be longer. And ours actually, I think, is a little longer than this one. Then it will be more useful. We just then have to figure out what it looks like on mobile. But nice. That's perfect. You guys think this is cool or no? Is it a little gimmicky or? I mean, maybe one thing, like the line that comes down, maybe we don't want that. This line here that connects all the dots. Hey, thanks, Alta. We're gonna save it and then remove the line and see which one we like better. Can you remove the line connecting the circles when expanded? Reprogramming in. I have a little command I can run to show you. Oh, and Patty, we're using a whisper flow to type fast. I don't always use it, but a lot of times for typing a lot than I do. This is not useful yet, but one day. I wish Bravo was here. He would have some thoughts probably on this thing. Be like, it sucks. Oh yeah, I like it better without the line. Definitely. Nice. Kind of makes me happy because I came up with that idea. Bravo usually comes up with a lot of the ideas, but that was mine. Okay. So I'm going to rename that Prism Research Final. Sidebar Final. And we'll put it in the designs. We're going to use this sidebar and we're going to implement it into make it a separate component. and completely implement the functionality. Should work for both the morning brief and the evening brief. I'm gonna make sure I committed everything. I'm not gonna create a plan for this one because I think it might be able to achieve it without any plans, but we will see. I had an idea that could have used some of the user interface quirks that you have developed here. Can I share it? It was a special. Sure, you can. We have a Discord if you guys are interested. You can share like some projects and things. It'd be like a little community of creators. I noticed like, okay, when you first load the page and then you switch, it's weird. Yeah. Hey, I forgot about this. Okay. We have some stuff to look at. So we got our button. I'm going to test out and make sure it's storing in the database. I do not see it, therefore it should be here. I'm going to attach this. I don't think it actually started to implement it. That's the issue. Yeah, okay. Why do you focus on stocks, investing, etc.? That's just what project we're working on. If we work on, for example, when we worked on this, it was all about animation, but this tool is, you can do stuff with it, but that was what we were interested in, I guess, at that moment. So just depends on whatever project we're working on. Nice. That's cool. The only thing about that sidebar that's kind of not, like, there are some trade-offs, right? With that sidebar, you can't actually see what the headers are and stuff. That's fine. Like, at a glance, you can't. You have to click into it, but it's okay. the cam UI dimension. Let me look. Naruto. Let me see this. It's funny. Let me see. This thing here. Is it like when it's like maybe when it expands or something? I'm gonna restart. Sometimes you have to. At least I do. I've just been running a long time in dev, hot reloading and all that stuff. Sometimes it's a browser thing though. Must have accidentally, I'm pretty sure I exited. Okay, I will kill it. It's killing time. I already did that. There we go. Ah. What is the issue here? 5001 is being used, and I do this 5001. All right. Yeah, don't lie to me. Okay, it is up. And then another time, sometimes what happens is I run into this particular issue where I have to switch browsers, which I don't understand. I'm going to do that now. Okay, cool. But they're definitely all those issues are dev issues. Cool. I think if you go to the top part here, like the market summary, it should go to the very top. So I'll just make that one small change. But if someone, our prices are going to be, it's going to be for the cheapest plan. We're thinking, I think it was $17.99, or no, yeah, $17.99, $34.99 for the pro version. That'll have a lot of stuff like the export to Excel a month is the idea. But anyone can go in and get the brief. That part's going to be free. So you'll be able to go in there and sign up for the email that you get every day. So when someone clicks the market summary, or the top one rather, so if someone's going into the sidebar and clicking the top one, it should navigate to the top. So that includes the title and the today's brief and everything else. It's just a little bit too far under. I'm gonna make sure that these work for, great, so they actually work with the labels. Not just hard-coded. Just a special case. particular one. Particular one. Top. From the US. Oh, I noticed it's not in the right order, so we'll fix that. So it appears to have put it in. Needs to get, because we set it what it is in preferences, needs to get the updated order from the database. One issue I'm noticing is it's not necessarily in the right order. The reason is because you need to see how it's rendered on the page to build that order. I don't know if you're relying on the preferences to build that. So before you begin, clarify your understanding with me. Okay, so I just hard-coded some stuff. That's not good, right? Tends to do that. Yeah, exactly. Kind of weird, like when it chooses to fade in. So we'll try to fix that at some point too. Cool. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Hey guys, I'm back. Cool. Just checking that I'm live. My restream, it says it's not for some reason. Cool. So where we left off, working on fixing this because it was hard coded in the data. Oh wow. Oh okay. There we go. So the answer to this is we don't want to put every little thing on here, right? So we're going to need a little bit more segmenting on which headers are important to navigate to. But I do like how it supports kind of like an arbitrary amount of these. I think it's something I'm probably going to leave for the moment. It's not a huge deal. So it looks like there's a bug here when you switch the page. I'm assuming that's kind of what it is. Like it's going to work now probably. Okay, it actually just doesn't. Is it any of them or just... Okay, gotcha. So it looks like the afternoon one doesn't quite work when you switch the page, try to use the navigation. We get this error. So in the afternoon, I'm not able to navigate. It seems like maybe it's not updating, because I noticed the circle is actually not being filled, so therefore it's not being selected. So I'm just clarifying to it. Hey, make sure not to hard code anything. While we wait for that, I think I'm going to start working on the landing page. We're going to make it more appropriate for our new designs. So I'm going to continue the chat we left off in AI Studio. Just open it over here. I'll bring it back. So I believe we did it here. Unless we didn't send the chat, in which case, yeah, looks like we maybe didn't. Let's look here. So this is where we went to design our Fred data. So if you guys notice, we added that, our Fred data viewer. And now we're going to add a new one. So I'm just going to put in a few screenshots and describe bring in our target user doc and stuff. So currently we are doing a redesign of the landing page. We wanted to more appropriately reflect what we're trying to do. Here's the general gist of our product. Here it is. Oh, that's other stuff. I don't think we put it here. Okay, I will just describe it then. We should make a doc for that though. Put it in our notes somewhere. The general gist is a customizable newsletter. Do historical backtesting, portfolio tracking. You can create a bunch of charts. It's a newsletter you get every morning and afternoon. This is the general gist of the project. Okay, so we're aiming for minimalism, credibility, and go with those 2 words. We're building this market brief. It's for your portfolio. You can track your portfolio. It's customizable. You can decide what you get every morning and evening. So in this case, we have like market mood, how greedy is everyone being. We generate this based on, use Fred data. That is just government data though, to try to generate a score. I can show you what that looks like. I noticed we removed our Prism index collection. I don't see it. Weird. Let's add that back. I'm no longer seeing the Prism index collection anymore. What happened to that? Prism data in the data page. It's still in Firebase, so maybe just some display issue. Because I was going to explain. Right. But you can also do research. You can track your portfolio here. And right now what we're doing is we are designing a new landing page to more accurately fit what we're doing and look a little better. I don't really like this very much. No. No, these are not good. Oh, we could maybe have something like this, but it should look a lot different, I think. So what we do when we don't have good design, we just keep kind of iterating. Historically, we've been able to get somewhere good. Just usually takes a while. So the general idea here is no cursive, minimalism. Think of like a respected professional who doesn't like salesy kind of language. Think of like muted colors. I'm going to give you more screenshots of our app so you can kind of understand. Granted, we don't really follow that everywhere, but our aim here is we're trying to, the main goal of this landing page is to communicate the value of this really quickly. The 3 problems we're solving: number 1, customizable newsletters. Get like what you care about. Don't get headlines that don't matter to you, and it's condensed information, very brief. The whole point of it is like you just get an overview. You have limited time, professional. Okay. Number 2, in-depth like portfolio tracking. It has Sharp ratio. You can export to Excel. You can get all the statistics you care about. You can get real performance, benchmark performance, relative to the benchmark. So detailed statistics. And then number 3, you can do in-depth research and generate your own charts and do your own back testing. and learn from the AI who's trained on your portfolio. And so the way this landing page should work is it should be structured literally in those three categories. So as they're scrolling, they see all of the value props here, and it should be done without any sales language. It should be just like literally just show what it is. And I'm going to give you more screenshots, and you can actually take part of the screenshots, and if you can adapt it into a good visual, that will work. So I'm going to take a bunch of screenshots, and hopefully it can achieve our goals. I'm going to choose our best chart. Spaghetti charts, where are you? Where are the spaghetti charts? I will find it. I'm pretty sure I'm clicking every single one that
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Darkness black, me confound.
sadness. Where is it?
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Wait right now. Wait right now.
I found it. I guess it would have been much faster for me to just ask the question and wait for it to generate. It's okay.
Quilted whisper, phone dry, still I'm on the doors closed, but I'm past the hearse.
Should make this bigger so you can expand it. That way I can get an image.
Now, yeah, could be phone dry. Doors closed, but I'm past the hearse. Signs hit, but they don't say when.
I'm gonna make it so you can move this up. That way I can take a better screenshot. On the portfolio page, I'll send you an image here. Can you go ahead and, I want to make it so this bottom section I can expand it, so there's a name for that kind of thing. What is that called? Adjustable. Just call it adjustable. It's an adjustable line. That way I can make the bottom section bigger, and it should affect the top section. But there is a max you can expand it to. Though I haven't found Gemini 3 Pro is really bad at the color styling. Choose a very vibrant color palette. Ah, gotcha, yeah. I have noticed, you just need to do a lot of iteration. It's like, and it's possible it couldn't achieve any type of style, For the most part, we've been able to get kind of what we wanted, but it just took a little bit of prompting. I noticed no one commented on this. Is it because this doesn't look good and I think it looks good? Or it could be. Sometimes it's like one of those things you'll check tomorrow and you'll be like, check tomorrow and you'll be like, not as cool. All right, did I fix the bug with the when I'm on this page? It's a little weird, right? I see it's showing something that doesn't exist. That's fine. Because I remember we deleted that one. In my opinion, simple, basic, no crazy animations is the best way to go for utility tools. You know what? Fair enough. That is good advice. I will look at it again tomorrow, and maybe we will make it a little more simple. It's just one of those things you click, menu, boom. Fair enough. Probably right. It's probably just one of those things that people get annoyed with. Like, because it is aiming to be kind of like a practical tool, right? Like when you use Schwab, you use like IBKR, right? Do you see any weird animations? Not really. It doesn't really vibe with that. And imagining that, like imagining like Schwab, get like a bunch of like crazy stuff happening, you'd be like, what the hell, man? I'm just trying to, shouldn't I look at my stuff? I don't care about your stupid animations. So it could be. And probably this idea applies to this portfolio page as well, because like, yeah, it's cool. It does like an animation. Like, do they actually care about that? You know what I mean? So it could be just one of those things. We're going to change this into trading view probably. The charts. Because like it doesn't matter that much, these animations. That's kind of what I'm thinking now that you said that. I will think about it, but it could be just not really consistent with what we're doing and what the purpose is. Okay, so it made the portfolio have this thing. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's actually really great. Let's switch. Nice. We got all our statistics. Speaking of that, we can actually test. Oh, okay. So this bug that we had earlier, it's purely because it was rendering off the screen when we switch back and forth. That's true. Fancy animations in browser just adds too much JS overhead. It could result in bad performance. That's for sure. Yeah, that makes sense, man. You guys are probably right. I'm gonna put some blue chip thing in here, so that way it's not for our image that we're gonna put on the homepage. It's maybe a little too small text for a homepage thing. Oh yeah, that starts to look really nasty. It's better. Okay, I'll try sending that. just impractical. It's a fun idea, but impractical. Yeah. It's thinking. Let's see, what can we do while we wait? Fix some bugs. Oh, yeah, we fixed this. Actually didn't need to be fixed. It was just rendering thing. And then a button that I haven't tested yet, but it's just an admin button, so I don't care too much. Good. Always puts this, which is nice. Errors, I guess. Yeah. I try to, whenever I'm waiting, I'm looking at what to do next. I'm thinking about, I'm testing sometimes, making plans. So I try to not just sit around usually, but sometimes I do. I read code, commit some stuff. Plenty to do, I guess. I sometimes have all three running, but it's just if they're modifying different things. We got a bunch of plans going that are in separate files. Scatterplot is still broken. Right, our images are, we need to test our images. That was the button we created. We were going to run that. Save charts 2D? What? Why did it put 2D? I'm making 3D charts? The heck? Okay, let's do it. All right, let's look if it worked. I need to use this browser to do it. Yep. Okay, none of them worked. So it did generate 3 images, but something in our image generation code is a little bit whack. But it used to work, so yeah. So in this commit hash here, I'm going to clear this. In this commit hash here, take a look at some of the changes we did for the generate the chart images. That's just for the admin. Whatever it's triggering there is not really working. what I want you to check is, do we have tests for this function, generate chart image function? And what I also want you to do is go through all of the places that are using this function, because I want to make sure that we just have one piece of logic to do this everywhere, because once we fix this, I want to validate we fixed all the problems related to this. Hey Benjamin, how's it going? You're talking about for the 22 days, in which case I guess it's kind of nothing, right? Because we're just been working on this. So you can look in the description though, or the bio, if you want more information. We got inflation calculator, but I didn't do that on the stream, so it doesn't really count that much. Yeah, it's kind of weird. This is probably done. We're also redesigning the landing page at the moment, if anyone's joining. We can see how it goes. This is our current landing page. Okay, good. The logic is already consolidated. Everything uses grit. It's good. So now I want you to look in this file. What are all the tests that we have for the generate chart function? Can you list them? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and update that. And what I'm going to do is, yeah, go ahead and update that first. I'm going to run this again, get the logs, plug in the logs, get an understanding what is going on here. I'm getting the stuff from the database. This is the general, so we know these charts are working because they do generate and they are on the page. However, something's wrong with our generation of these images. Can you try to identify why? I don't see anything in the logs. Don't fix it yet, we're just talking about it. I see what's happening. It's probably using some library or something that requires your version. So I think where it's going there is actually not quite right. So the way these images should work, they shouldn't be using the render at all. In fact, they should... So you should explain exactly how this is working. Put it in a doc here. How chart images design. We want a full picture of how this is currently working, and we need to develop a design that's not going to use the render to make the charts, the chart images, because we already have the charts, right? So we need a strategy to just get an image. Before we've been able to do this, but it's possible we were doing something really strange. So you need to also build up, help me build an understanding of what you were doing before. This one's just, let's see what's going on here. Okay, so it's just trying to fix the same thing again and again. I mean, if it is different errors every time, I'd be more comfortable, but it's just chugging along here. What I'll probably do is take our prompt, restart with a new landing page. And try that again. I'll just plug in these screenshots over here. I do not see the first screenshot. I guess we'll have to... Oh, okay. Cool. Go take it again. Okay, so we go here. And, oh, we should add a little search. So I can search the conversations. That'd be kind of cool. I wonder how fast that would be. Later. Oh, I could find my spaghetti charts. It's fine. I would just run it again. Give me cumulative returns for January for 10 years with S. Let's try a stock. We always tried with ETF for this question, so let's do Coke. Granted, this might not default to the right chart, so I might need to specify, because this one's pretty open. Yeah. That's probably the worst chart to choose, right? Just averaged 10 years. Made it, it's all right. Use a recovery path chart. What are those things on the left and right? These are cloud code instances. This is what's doing the, I'm using to kind of interact with AI. I like to have, this is just my style. I like to have what I'm working on in the center. I just have the, each one is a different instance, so I can have different conversations going. And yeah, hope that makes sense. Okay, so I created a new doc that we're going to review. I'm going to wait till this finishes first. And then I will check the new doc that we're going to use to fix this issue with the images. Suspicious. So I wonder if maybe, I guess we never tried that chart with a stock. So interesting. I'm going to try it just sending this again. I'm going to fix that bug though at some point. So let's add it to our notes. Individual company, I mean. For individual companies. Okay, so on this one, we're generating a new landing page because our old landing page doesn't really have a good, it's not really communicating very well what we're doing these days. Now we're going to look at that bug problem. I think this is the right doc. Where did I put this? Docs, chart, images. Oh, here it is. How much usage does Basic Cloud give you? I don't know. I haven't tried that one yet. I tried. I jumped right into Cloud Max because I knew that this would be a ridiculous amount of prompts. Chart images are PNG files. Yes. This all makes some sense. Ah. My gosh. It's always doing this. We're like always having to remove these kinds of things. We've set it in our system prompts, doesn't matter. Always gonna do this kind of thing. We just have to remove it again. It is what it is. Pipeline goes. Let me make this bigger so you guys probably can't see it all. Yeah, exactly. So the issue is we saved the right images, right? But it's trying to regenerate the image for some reason instead of just getting it from the database. So it should be a pretty easy fix. Exactly, yeah. Easy. This is a really good one. Cool. So let's just implement that. Implement this. All right, this is our new landing page, guys. Let's see if it's any good. Yeah, me too, Rustly. Yeah, I don't like this one. I actually like ours better, but I really want to. How do we achieve our goals here? It's just too AI looking, the landing page. Is there any way that you can incorporate these images like much more directly and much more precisely? For that daily market brief personalized to your portfolio section, we really want to communicate. Is there any way you can make a slideshow of I would try. I think it's just going to be one of those things we have to just keep iterating on, kind of what we did before, so we get what we want. So what happens now when I click the admin button to create the charts? What's going to happen? The charts images. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that it's fixed before I click it. Sometimes you have to say to do it. It doesn't actually the first time. The admin regenerate charts button has the same problem. We're gonna, or it's calls question data. That's true. Well, here's what I'm thinking for this button, right? Don't we have all the data stored in the insights collection that we can regenerate the chart with? But I'd rather not add that, so I'm going to actually just click this button. And I will wait while I do this. Not a fan. Okay, cool. So that'll take a little bit there while we wait. Let's try to maybe fix a bug or two. We will see. One thing I wanted to do is for the portfolio page, I wanted this to also be adjustable. It's either that or we work on adding the search for the chat. You can adjust this right now. I'm gonna double check this works. So I changed 2024. Okay, good. But maybe this should just be on our research page. You have this like collapsible thing. Maybe it's similar. I'm gonna add a position there. Just Coke as well. Oh yeah, I gotta sign back in. Token is gone. I could put it there maybe. This should be generating a bunch of questions. Nice, okay. I'm gonna clear this first. Nice. So that's done. We can check that in a second. Should we add some sort of like a collapsible sidebar similar to what we did in the chat? Not sure. I guess if someone wanted to really look at the graph, look at their statistics, maybe they want to close the side. Do you think that makes sense? Not really sure. Okay, I'm going to look in the database to see if these images stored. See if we fix this issue. I remember there was one problem with this where when I generated it for the same day, I had to delete the folder first, which I didn't do this time. So I don't see it at the moment, but that's fine. I think if I do the refresh, no, that won't work either. We will have to generate it again. I will work on that bug tomorrow, I think. Takes so damn long to regenerate those things. So the bug is chart images in database currently broken. So remove that. The problem with this generation here is it's not even close, right? Like even if we try to iterate on this one, I think I'd almost rather just start from scratch for this landing page than, or even just start from our landing page. Our landing page is actually closer to what we're kind of thinking. So I might do that tomorrow as well. Cool. I'm probably going to head out. I'm going to go to the gym, but I'm going to see you guys later. Yesterday we worked on a lot of bugs, fixed a lot of things. We're getting closer. I'm probably thinking the next 4 or 5 days we'll try to deploy this again, and then we'll start spending more and more of our time marketing stuff and trying to sell. And that's kind of the idea. So today we added this thing, but I think we're going to simplify it to be a little less animation, and just clean up a lot of things. It's kind of what the gist of today. Yeah. So I'll see you guys later.